now. Hello and welcome to the library. I am the author, and we are here to explore and tell stories from across the universe. Tonight, we are here with the crew of the USS Gungnir and the crew of DS-17, and together we are going to work on making and organizing an evacuation fleet for a planet of 1 billion people. They have a limited time and even less. They have limited resources and even less time. But together, they might have to make some cold calculations to get to the end of this. And roll credits, because I said the title name. Da-da-da. And with that, we will get to our opening credits and set course for adventure. All right, and I need to update my threat count. Oh, 13, 14, 15, 20. Not quite that much. All right. Captain Rost, if you can give us your opening log, please.
Alrighty here. Captain's log, USS Gungnir. On our way back to DS-17, we have managed to save 37 souls from the calm storm out of 72. The EMH did its best, but we lost 3 in our sickbay due to radiation and other injuries. The evacuation of Aranth has grown into dozens of Starfleet ships and many more from other powers. DS-17 can handle about almost 200,000 evacuees, but a better solution is urgently needed. Expedition has located a potential location 15 light-years from Aranth, but it will still require a massive effort from every starship we can get our hands on to relocate the population in time. I've seen a report from the Monitor that indicates a low-level subspace wake in front of the Expanse, implying a non-natural phenomenon. Nightingale has reported they've developed a treatment or a cure for the radiation sickness associated with the Expanse. So at least there's some good news in all of this. The Gungnir has some of the best scientists and engineers in the fleet, and I'm hoping we can contribute to that good news with the capture of that scavenger ship and the crew cadavers. End of log.
Alrighty. So we have Deep Space A-17 coming up on records, or coming up on sensors, and USS Gungnir on approach. It's been about 3 days since our last adventure, or Gungnir, with the rescue of the calm storm, and you've been and mainly focused on helping the people in sick bay. But as you approach DS-17, you notice that there is a wing of Galaxy and Nebula classes is hanging around in orbit, and dozens more are civilian ships. You are just about in range, aims to call for an approach.
What was that? You kind of cut off there.
You're just about in range to ask for an approach vector.
DS-17, this is the Gungnir.
Who would be in ops on DS-17 at this moment?
That would be me. I just wanted to make sure you wanted this to be players.
Yep.
Go ahead, Gungnir. Got you on sensors now.
Rosh, do you have a clear line with Gungnir with DS-17?
He's talking, but I don't hear him.
Ross?
Can you hear me?
There we
I
go.
can hear you now. Yep.
Oh, okay. Where would you like us, DS-17?
Are you requesting permission to dock?
Yes, we are.
One moment. You are clear to dock on docking bay G23.
All right, Vera, bring us in.
Not on it.
Vera, go ahead and give me. This is standard air docking procedure, but there's a lot of ships in the area. Control con difficulty 1, complication 2, assisted by ships engines con.
No, I'm not doing that
You
yet.
certainly could.
I'm not doing it.
I'm not used to this music list, so I don't know what's an appropriate. Hey, we heard something.
I heard it.
Well, that's good.
Hey, there he is.
Diedrich, welcome in.
Thanks, guys. How's your day going?
It's going good. We're just kind of doing a rough start here, but we are just getting to the point where Gungnir is pulling into dock. And I'll get player tokens on this map.
What was the ship stats for the...
guys-
Engines con.
You guys still hear me?
Yep.
Okay, good. So I just need the link again to roll d20. I don't know why I'm not seeing it in the fleet action. I must be missing something.
I can link it directly to you.
All right. If I have an account, I could probably just find it myself. Hang on one second. Let's see. Should have done that in the first place.
There we go. And gain 2 momentum. Managed not to get it caught in a traffic jam with all these ships
Give us another
absorbing.
momentum as well.
Collision risk. So you brought the difficulty down by 1 more.
Oh no, close knit crew. Should have started with 1.
Yes. Yeah.
That's my bad. I forgot to get used to it.
Yep. All right. Who from the Gungnir crew is coming aboard?
I'll go.
I suppose I will.
Sorrel will board.
And who from DS-17 would be at the docks?
I would probably inform Garibaldi.
Hey, why are you throwing me under that bus?
Because you drew the short stick.
CO's prerogative.
Do you have the greeter vest?
Look, I haven't violated any of your orders this week that you know about.
And now you did.
I mean, it's only a violation of orders if you get caught, right? That's how orders work.
You say things like that you know of, it means that you have, and now your commanding officers know.
That's just Garibaldi dropping the challenge to Vogel to figure out what it is he did.
Well, regardless, Garibaldi, would you actually beat them at the dock?
Yeah, he does follow orders, at least 80% of the time.
Consider this a personal favor.
All right. For everyone involved, we're going to do this one at a time. Garibaldi, if you could introduce and describe yourself.
All right. Lieutenant Garibaldi is probably more balding than he is on his token. Kind of old for a lieutenant, and the characteristic spots of a trill. Yeah, there's the good shot of him right there in the Discord. I really had to change my token picture. And that's Garibaldi. He's the foolish commander made him third in command of the station for some reason, and he is DS-17's resident Starfleet intelligence officer. Worst kept secret in Starfleet, apparently.
All right, and first off the gangplank, eeny, meeny, miny, Vera.
Vera is a Vera is a fairly tall, like over 6.5 feet, tall Orion young lady. She kind of wears a jacket over her uniform when she's not, supposed to do things. And she just kind of casual. She has like long hair that's kind of tied to the side. And I will give you the picture once I can find it.
But Garibaldi, you see Vera step off the gangplank. Ensign and Con Division.
Welcome to DS-17.
Hey, nice to be here.
Of course, you've brought the appropriate cover charge, right? I'm just kidding. Leave your latinum in the drop box inside. It'll be fine.
I was putting latinum in the drop box. I'd have it magnetized. So
all right. And you have survivors aboard?
Oh yeah.
Or casualties?
They should be coming along.
And then Ross, Sorrel, and Fox. You all three kind of come out at the same time.
Never said I was departing.
No, fine. You can stay
That was
aboard
me. That was me, Ivanovich.
Yeah.
Yeah. Ivanovich, you'll come in a second.
Can you disembark Ivanovich? Do you have a mobile emitter?
Yes, I
He does.
do. It's
Okay.
about a softball-sized floating object that broadcasts my image locally.
And it has a dramatic amount of battery life.
Yes.
But
Mhm.
but yeah, if you're in like standard situations, I'm assuming you can like get it charged or hook up somewhere.
Mhm. Sometimes
D-
sometimes I put it in runabout mode where it's low power, and then I just appear semi-translucent and a little bit fuzzy, low res.
You wink out after 5 seconds? Is that...
Yeah, I'm like a 64-bit image, maybe.
DS-17, I do not believe has hollow emitters throughout, so it'd be required to have the hollow emitter while on board.
Makes sense.
Is that right, Vogel?
It's a very old station.
That's what I thought. All right, but Rost and Sorrel, you come up next off the bridge.
Greetings.
Lieutenant.
Live long and prosper.
Peace and long life. Welcome to Deep Space 17. Where are your casualties? Careful isn't looking around. Has Dr. Mountain showed up yet?
They're still in sick bay. Do you have accommodations available for them? We didn't know how busy your sick bay was here.
Right now, we can probably accommodate depending on how many beds you need. I'm, of course, making an assumption you'd like to offload them into our medical facilities.
Did our doctor come with us?
I'm gonna say a doll was on the station, and you kind of left without him for some reason, but now he's here. Yeah, sure. You're waiting to meet Doll on the station.
Ah, I see. Okay. Yeah, let me get up to speed with my doctor here, and we'll see if we need to transfer them over.
Very well. Let me know if you need transport for him, so I can let the doctor know we're going to need medical transporters.
Will do.
But I will say that your EMH is requesting that we get these people into more proper accommodations.
Okay. I'll have my EMH contact you, and we'll begin transport immediately.
Very good.
And last but not least, nearly familiar interface, Askol Ivanovich.
Oxel.
I'm gonna get a right note of these times.
Mm-hmm. Yes, the mirror image of Dr. Julian Bashir walks out only in Operations Yellow, and a small floating softball-sized sphere standing roughly beside him.
Now, that's an interesting piece of technology.
Are you referring to me or the emitter?
The emitter.
Interesting.
Are you qualified, or are you considered a sentient being like the Voyager's doctor, or are you just a machine? Or just a hologram?
That's up for debate, I guess.
He's a great engineer, and he can recharge your phone wirelessly.
Well, I think the debate for that sort of thing should begin and end with you, Doctor.
How progressive.
You see a lot of things when you live as many lives as I have.
Is it common, for the first thing you all do to ask an ethical question just out of nowhere? Most people say, "Hi, hello, my name's Vera."
Well, it's common for me. I'm not. I don't know. Commander Reed keeps trying to tame me, but it doesn't work. I'm sorry he couldn't be here to greet you. He's on leave at the moment. Commander Vogel is.
Besides, Besides, before we can have the ethical discussion, we must agree on a philosophical framework, and we would need to set the boundaries of that discussion, Vera.
Oh, yes. Teleologist or deontologist? Which do you prefer?
Precisely.
Finding
Oh my
somewhere to
god, what
drink
have I
immediately.
unleashed?
We should have this discussion in a bar.
I agree. I like that suggestion. Once we get everyone, moved over.
Excellent. My first bar.
We have several good bars on the station in the civilian section. I'm sure you can find something accommodating. Other than offloading offloading the casualties, what other services can DS-17 provide for you?
Do you have a coffee shop?
That is, Commander Reeve tells me we do.
Well,
Excellent.
we did manage to acquire on our mission a scavenger boarding ship, and we also have the corpses of two of
Oh,
the
Makara.
scavengers. So we'll probably need to see if we can get some intelligence work done on those items.
And do an autopsy.
Yes, I'd like to work with one of your security people to do a tactical evaluation of their technology.
Of course. Well, which one of you is the captain again?
That'd be me.
Captain, if you'll follow me, I'll take you up to ops so you can meet Commander Vogel. Doctors? Doctor?
Doctor?
Doctor.
Garibaldi grabs random yeoman walking down the hallway. If you'll follow Yeoman Smith here, they'll show you to our medical facilities.
She kind of skids to a stop. Goes, ah! What? Okay. Oh, hi. Yes, I'll show you. Where am I taking them again?
Sick bay.
Sick bay.
Introduce them to Dr. Mount.
Yeah, sick bay. Yes. Okay. And she just kind of like drops what she's doing and leads you to sick bay.
I hope she wasn't doing anything important.
I mean, a lieutenant grabbed her and put her on a new task, so apparently that's more important than whatever she was doing.
3 hours later, we're gonna get a warp breach.
Find out later that she actually did drop something on the deck of the station. Unfortunately, it now has eaten through the deck of the station.
No.
She dropped a tribble.
Hold on.
We couldn't possibly have.
Hold on, I can only type so fast. Tribble, warp core breach.
We couldn't possibly have a warp core breach because the fusion reactors are spotless. Vogel keeps sending Garibaldi down to clean them.
Well, if he'd stop getting in trouble.
If you quit noticing.
Fusion reactor, an antique.
It's an old station. We like the classics around here.
I think it's even older than you, Sorrel.
Oh, I don't belong in a museum, so.
Not yet.
Oof. All right. So, Garibaldi and Ross, you head up to Ops. Garibaldi. Gary.
Gary, like Gary. Gary.
Oh my goodness. Garibaldi.
Mr. Garibaldi.
There might be an ops scene in the scenes tab.
There is. I guess. Yeah, I guess we can do that.
Hey, that was familiar.
Why am I not seeing it?
I'm seeing it.
I'm seeing it.
For some reason, I'm not seeing it.
I have to
Reloading.
reload.
Now that's unusual. Everyone but the GM is seeing it.
There it is. Okay. It just took a while to load for some silly reason.
Yeah, I can't resize my token for some reason.
Vogel's always a little short.
I mean, true.
All right. We are brought up to ops.
Yep. And so when you guys enter ops, ops is very busy, and you'll just hear Vogel, no, the maintenance teams need to go to docking bay H36.
I thought you said I-36.
There's nothing in I-36. Check the data pad again.
Isn't that where I hid that Orion merchant ship?
What's this Orion merchant ship doing here?
No, that's
Baldy, you're not helping.
Do I ever? Any right, Commander, this is Captain Rost of the USS Gungnir. I recently docked, had Yeoman Smith take their medical crew up to sick bay and introduce them to Dr. Mountain.
Commander, nice to meet you.
Captain Rost, sorry for the state of our ops. It's a little busy.
Oh, no problem.
Is there something we could help you with, Captain? Any maintenance or mechanical issues?
No, I think we're okay physically. Is there any news, any updates on the evacuation?
I haven't heard anything new on that front. The fleet's been placed on standby until we can confirm with the expedition about the new planet.
I don't know if you saw my last report, but we ran into a Klingon out there from a dishonored house, so I'm kind of concerned they might be planning to cause some trouble. So I wanted to make you aware of that.
I'll talk to the Klingon ambassador, see what he knows about that. And Vogel will pull out a data pad and add it to an already long list of things to do.
But yeah, other than that, we're ship shape.
Good. I already informed Dr. Mountain about any potential casualties.
Is there anything we can do to assist you?
If you have any spare maintenance teams that could get some of the galaxies and the nebulas prepared.
Yeah, I'm sure we can help.
Some of them blew out some of their warp coils and power relays trying to get here quickly.
I'll have my engineer assemble a team.
Thank you, Captain. We're definitely very busy, and our maintenance teams are stretched thin with all the traffic outside.
As you're saying that, you get urgent communication coming in.
Burke, report.
Yes, I am Damon and Fenrin. I've been in a holding pattern for the last 6 hours. When am I going to be allowed to dock?
Sorry, Damon, we're a little busy at the moment. I assure you, once we get the opportunity to bring you in to dock, I will do so.
There have been 3 ships that have docked before me.
I'm sorry, their repairs and their mission profile has been upgraded to priority 1. I'm sure you understand.
Nope.
Resonance command difficulty 3.
Difficulty 3, you say? Persuasion focus?
Persuasion, absolutely.
We have momentum, right?
You have 3 momentum. Do you have any traits I should be made aware of?
No, nothing that applies here.
All right.
I just recently became the XO, so I'm having to switch over a little bit, so slow going. Take a thread and I'll use 2 momentum.
If you'd like, I can have my diplomacy officer, Lieutenant Fox, take care of the Ferengi.
Oh no, please.
I'm very good at hand-fisted diplomacy.
If this doesn't work, I might take you up on that. Ugh. Hold on, I might have something for this. Yeah, so I have something called the Akai necklace. Once per mission, I can reroll 1 dice on a failed check. I think I will do that here.
I'm guessing that's a.
It's a
homebrew
prac
thing?
special.
Prac
Yeah,
special?
It's a prac special.
Okay. Go for it.
It's only once per mission, so that was it.
He seems very irate at this situation. Oops, other direction. However, you inform him, and very calmly, that hey, they have other priorities. He's higher than whatever goods you have. I'm sorry, and he eventually steps down out from his position. Very well. I'll remain in orbit until.
Sorry for the inconvenience. So,
go ahead.
I'm sorry for the inconvenience, Damon. I'll get you docked as soon as I can, okay? If you have any list of needed repairs, I'll make sure those get taken care of you for you as well.
Very well. And he cuts comms. But you get the feeling that he's not gonna try anything.
And Vogel just kind of rub her head a little bit, like she's starting to develop a headache.
Is he here for the evacuation, or is he just making money on his own?
Who knows with the Ferengi?
You might be able to find out. Insight Command and difficulty. Insight Command or Insight Con on difficulty 2. Might not know it offhand, but who knows? You've been in ops for a little while.
Use a momentum, why not?
He is just a trader, and he's just in the region and making money. You don't think he has anything in particular or with the evacuation efforts, although he does have a load of power cells and materials for emergency habitats on board, as well as luxury items that people might be missing.
Yeah, I think he's just a general trader. Either he's here trying to make a deal, or he's here trying to take advantage of a situation. Again, who knows with the Ferengi?
Be a shame if his ship got commandeered for the evacuation effort.
With the Ferengi, it's probably both.
I've been trying to delay him coming on board as long as possible, but I'm running out of excuses.
Maybe you should hire him. We have hundreds of millions of people to move. I can't imagine us not having. I can't imagine us having too many ships.
Were they in the scene?
Oh, I thought I was. My bad.
No, you were. Yeah, you went in another direction. Sorry.
Oh, my bad.
But a strange thought crosses your mind that, we might be able to hire him, and maybe that'll shut him up.
Where'd that thought come from?
Can I hail Commander Vogel? Since I didn't board.
I will be getting to your first scene in a second. You're going to be introduced in the sick bay.
All right, copy that.
Yep.
In any case, welcome to Deep Space 17, Commander. Oh, sorry, Captain.
Thank you. I appreciate the welcome, and I head back to my ship and make arrangements for the transfer to the sick bay, and also the ship and cadavers that we have for intelligence purposes.
I got I did set aside a science lab for the cadavers, as well as Cargo Bay 92 for any other purposes you need.
Thank you. We'll see to it.
Excellent.
Exit Rost.
And new scene as we make our way to sickbay.
Suppose I should check. Does anybody in DS-17 have post-knit crew?
I'm not sure what that is.
It's a talent.
I think it's one of the new ones in the player's guide.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
new.
I
New
don't.
talent and player's guide.
Yep, figured I'd double check.
So that means you get one more momentum, because momentum's so
Well,
yeah,
I'm not in
lose
the
them.
scene.
Not
actually.
yet. You'll be on your way there.
Sure, but it caps at the amount of people that have it. So it's only
So
one
it caps
person
at-
has it. We can only be
Oh,
at one.
It caps at one. Caps at the one then.
Yeah.
Then Garibaldi, you're not here. Dr. Erkai, I believe is your surname.
Correct. Dossman Kai. Dr. Dossman Kai.
Yes, you've been, and you came in on one of the Galaxy classes, and you were recently transferred to the USS Gungnir, but when the Galaxy class came here, the Gungnir was already out on patrol, so you've been and kind of just hanging out for the past 4 days.
I'm very glad not to be hanging out anymore. It's nice to see everyone. Perhaps I should introduce myself. Dr. Dossman Kai. Nice to see everyone. Just want to ingratiate everyone and become part of the crew. And looking forward to serving with you all.
Vera. I fly the ship.
Ah,
I'm Commander Sorrell. I am the science officer and executive officer of the USS Gungnir.
sir, it's nice to meet you.
Indeed.
I circle an oval.
I'm Lieutenant Axel Ivanovich, Chief Engineer.
Lieutenant, pleasure. Well, welcome to the sick bay, everyone.
We are in DS-17's in sickbay. So, Dr. Mountain, and you who
Thank
have
you,
just been
Yeoman.
Dr. Mountain.
yeah, and then Yeoman and Smith,
Okay.
if just
I'll
salutes
describe
briefly
Dr.
and runs out. Yes, Dr. Mountain, and please describe yourself.
He's human. He's just around 6 feet tall. He's graying around the edges. He has sort of a monkish style hair, because that's just how nature works sometimes. But he seems pleasant and attentive. And doctor and crew, which ship are you from again? I wasn't told. Who had injuries? You had casualties, perhaps?
We are from the USS Gungnir, but the casualties are primarily from the freighter ship Calm Storm.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I think I saw a report go by my desk. Yes, I've set aside facilities. As you can see, we have a large sick bay. This is just one room. Commander Reeves has set aside several others, especially with a lot more population coming through here. So you can go into section 31S, and we can set your casualties there. If there's any critical ones, please either transport them or bring them directly here.
To facilitate and kind of coordinate the transfer of the casualties. Control medicine difficulty 3, assisted by computers. There's medicine of DS-17.
Control medicine. I will take that momentum. And let's see. I don't think I have a focus that might apply, unless emergency medicine would count in this case.
I will take emergency medicine, transferring a large number of injured people.
Casualties. Okay. Great. Control medicine.
Hey, the station pulls through.
Hey, thanks, Boone.
Takes a little bit. The most critical people are brought in first. They've been kind of just been and kept in stasis or on standby for the past 3 days. Just the Gungnir's facilities was not enough to do much more than and keep them alive. But you also have 15 other people with various levels of injuries. He's ranging from broken bones, radiation injuries, and the like that needs to be followed up on.
Dr. Kai, go ahead and take any. Assume that this is your medical bay too, so go ahead and use whatever resources are available. I will begin the surgeries on the most critical when they arrive. So hopefully, Nurse Frola, thank you for get this to ops and see if we can get this coordinated quickly. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
All right. Are any of you in need of medical attention at the moment, or here to visit?
Well, I was wondering if one of your nurses could check my pulse the old-fashioned way.
Sure. Once Nurse Frola comes back, she'll be able to attend to you. Is there a reason for such a request?
Oh, just want to keep them on their toes.
Okay. We've had thousands of refugees coming through here in the past several weeks, and several crises on the station. I'm pretty sure the nurse is on her toes, but I appreciate your request.
Of course.
Does your program render a pulse?
I don't know.
Are you trying to render a pulse, or are you trying to just ghost and spook them out?
I'm just joking.
Motion. Yeah, she'll show that. I guess okay, and she tries ice feeling your pulse on her wrist. So I'm just trying to figure out what she would find down there.
That's an interesting question. I don't know if they would bother with that level of detail.
I'll put it this way: would you bother with that much detail? Because you also have control of your own programming.
Probably not. I would not waste processing power simulating a pulse.
Okay. She feels your wrist. Pause. Feels your wrist again. You? Moves around.
They look familiar.
I doubt it. But have you been out by DS9?
I've been around.
Well, then you might have seen
Dr. Bashir. Yeah, that's what I thought.
Wait a second. And at this time, the nurse pulls out her tricorder, and she has a worried look on her face. And then, wait, what? You're a hologram.
Sorry, dear.
I was recently a hologram, actually.
Oh, really?
Not exactly, but when the USS Nightingale had been at DS-17, we were working on a project together, and we hadn't finished our conversation when they were brought away on an urgent distress call. So I was hologrammed using our holodeck and to go over to the USS Nightingale, which is an amazing holodeck situation there.
Interesting.
And if you are then actual hologram, then that would be a good spot for you at least to visit.
Interesting. Are they performing some sort of experiment with holographic technology?
No, I think it came with the ship. It was repurposed for their medical facilities.
I see.
Hopefully, we'll be able to use their help to help the evacuation. Speaking of which, do you know what the situation is? I haven't seen a status report recently.
As you are talking, you suddenly get loud alarms coming from two beds, and it's in the back as two people are starting to crash.
All right. Over here.
Cardiac alarms are going off. There's two people who are starting to flatline.
All right, I'll take this one.
Yeah.
I take out my medical scanner and see what the displays are doing.
Likewise.
Reason medicine diff 1 for each of you.
So all this might be our cue to let the doctors do their work and maybe go check out the coffee while we still have a break.
Oh, if you like noodles, go to the promenade. And then he goes back to his work.
You just calmly say that as someone's having a heart attack on your bed.
Definitely.
That is a very doctor thing to do.
Reason
control medicine, you said? Reason medicine.
Reason medicine diff 1 to diagnose.
Emergency medicine.
Yep.
How do we roll for that?
Oh, this should be your first roll.
Yeah.
All right. So on your sheet on the upper right hand side, there is a task roller.
We didn't have momentum, so it didn't matter.
Right next to your attributes and stuff, there's a dice roller. So on your attributes, you want to click the button reason and highlight it.
Where is that at? You said it's on the task bar up at the top?
No, it's on your sheet. On your character sheet itself.
All right, so reason and medicine, correct?
Yep, so you want to highlight reason and medicine.
Add medicine. But where's the actual sheet in game? Or in D20?
It would be under the third tab over the journal, and then there's a folder called USS Gungnir. And I can actually show this to you.
Oh, there it is. All right. Excellent.
Yep.
All right, so let me go ahead and do that. Science and medicine and reason, excuse me.
Yep. Reason, medicine, and when you're doing a roll by yourself, you always start with 2 dice. If you want any more, that would cost momentum, which you don't have, or threat, which is eternal.
All right, and so how do I roll once I've highlighted them?
How many dice do you want?
Just 2.
Just 2? Okay. Mm-hmm. And then next thing we want to check is, do we have a focus that would apply?
Expertise in xenobiology, nanotechnology, and virology.
And you also have a focus in emergency medicine. So under the dice roller, click focus, yes.
So under the dice roll, where's the dice roll at?
It's right above your focuses.
Okay, so click yes for focus used, yes.
Yep, yes. And then the first row numbers is complication range. It's default to 1 unless otherwise stated. Task roller, when you're doing tasks by yourself, it's default 2. If you want extra dice, you have to purchase them or use talents and such. But we're just reading 2 dice. And when we're ready, click that chevron next to task roller.
Next to task, okay.
Yep. There we go.
All right.
You made your first roll and your first momentum.
Excellent. Thank you.
Oh, all right. I'm Dr. Mountain, and you're getting a lot of conflicting signals. You're not sure or if this is a systematic organ failure or if this is just a cardiac arrest. However, Dr. Kai, you figure out that this is a prion mutation, and that it's starting in the cardiac system. So proteins are misfolding, and it's causing the cells to freak out, and it's slowly spreading from the heart and across the blood system.
Is there any type of treatment that I'm aware of that would be close to treating this particular ailment? Any symptoms that would remind me of some other disease that I might be able to ascertain that might form a treatment for this particular problem?
I could answer that for 1 momentum. Would you like to pay that?
Yes.
Possibly. The way prions work, it's a protein that's folded the wrong way, and it teaches other proteins to fold in that wrong way. And if there's too many of them, and the cells just freak out. If you can keep the prions out of the cells, keep them from infecting other cells, then the body would be able to treat it like a virus and just flush it out. But you have to stop them from infecting other cells.
All right, so I'm going to communicate that out loud with the other doctor and the nursing staff. Dr. Mountain, we need to keep the prions out of the cells. Yes. We need to develop a treatment that's related to keeping them out of the cells, if we can. Can you assist me in that task?
Absolutely.
Thank you, doctor. So perhaps, is there time then to do research, or is this patient critical?
No.
This is critical.
Maybe.
Okay.
So
I'm gonna double check my patient because I want to see if it's similar.
You can try again, but it'll be a difficulty 3.
Okay.
Reason medicine. And I'm gonna up the complication. Comp 3 total.
Take a threat for an extra down.
Okay. And this music is way too nice for the situation. I'm not used to this music list, so I don't have the...
So complication range 2?
Complication range 3. 3 total.
Is it too early to do determination? Is it that important?
How determined are you to save this man? That determined.
I would like to just search my mind for all things I know about keeping prions out of the cells and see if I can't, on the spot, create a treatment if possible. I know that'll be a high level difficulty though.
Dr. Mountain.
GM.
Yes. You scan him, and indeed, this is exactly what's going on. Prions have infected the cardiac muscles and is now spreading throughout the body through the blood system.
Right. We need to arrest them. This spread. This patient also has the same thing. I believe we might have cryo stations to at least would that stop them from traveling at all into the system anymore?
That
so
would
we can get a better solution.
That would at least slow down their metabolism so it doesn't spread as far. Yeah.
It's the only thing I can think of to find out how to actually fix it.
Daring medicine, difficulty E2, assisted by ship's computer medicine.
It's an excellent idea. I concur. We should do that.
And Kai, you can either or assist with that, or you can step to the side and search your masters in virology and see if you can figure something out.
Try to assist with that as best I can.
Okay.
Yeah, we have to apply it to both patients at the same time. So.
Yeah, that's true. I still have my patients, so we should probably just do it independently.
You can actually assist him. It'll be difficulty 3 altogether, but you can throw 1d20 on top of his roll.
And plus we have the station.
Yep. Okay. So diff 3, daring medicine.
Diff 3, daring medicine.
And who's taking lead on this?
Would emergency medicine or experimental technology? Yeah, or genetics maybe. I don't know. I'm setting up the cryo station thing, right?
I'll take experimental medicine.
All right. Is the complication range?
Comp range standard.
Regular. And I will take a momentum for a die. And I'll take a reroll with cautious, one of the rare people who have that.
Hey. And then Kai, you can and throw in daring medicine 1d20 if you want to help.
Someone
them.
do the station. Vocal?
Yep, someone do the station.
So daring medicine, focus used, yes, because of virology.
Yep.
Complication range is 3.
Comp range is 1.
1, okay. And then the task roll, how does that work again? I'm sorry.
Task roll would just be 1d20. Task roll is how many dice you're rolling.
Okay, so 2 is fine. I'm gonna go ahead and try to do that without using momentum.
If you're assisting someone, you just roll one dice.
1 dice, okay.
One dice with your stats.
All right, thank you. I'm gonna go ahead and roll now.
Yep.
Nice.
And then the station Vogel.
Vogel is the station. Further away, we don't know.
Can someone else? Garibaldi, you have the station stats?
Yeah. Let me just pull up the station sheet real quick.
Yep. Computers meds.
Nope, wrong one. Computer medicine, you said?
Yep, computer medicine, DS-17.
All right, I got it. Computers, medicine.
Yes.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, you generate 4 momentum off that as you're able to very quickly get them both in a cryo field. It's not going to keep them forever, but it is going to buy you some time.
That's all I can ask for.
Now you have some time. Now you have time to think.
Yeah.
All right.
So you take the lead on this. You know more about it than I do.
Doctor, I suggest that I search the database on virology to see if I can come up with some type of cure.
Yes.
Is that agreeable to you?
Absolutely. And I'll see if I can find a way to detect it so other patients won't have the same situation.
All right. Very good. Good thinking on the stasis.
Yeah. Give us some time. That's all we got.
Yes.
We can't do it directly.
So I'm gonna work on that as I'm gonna check the computer, the virology database, and see if I can find any type of system where prions are able to be kept out of the cells.
You can use my office or this station here, whatever you prefer, and we'll figure this out.
Sounds good. Thank you, Doctor.
Doctor.
All right.
So I'll go ahead.
First,
We'll get onto it.
First, the research roll. Reason medicine difficulty 3, complication 4. As you're kind of pressed for time and you're not entirely sure what you're working with, you might come up with a wrong theory. But,
okay, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yep. So difficulty E3, reason medicine, and the station will be assisting you as you are running to a computer and checking this out. So
And just to clarify. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, so you have access to all of Starfleet medical, all information on your hands.
All right, so I can use my focus. Complication range is 4. Is that correct?
Complication range is 4.
All right, and then the task roll. How many dice? 2 for this.
It's standard 2. If you feel like you need more dice, you can buy more, but it's an escalating cost for each additional dice.
I'll go ahead and stay with 2 and see what happens.
And
right, go ahead.
And the computer.
How do I do the computer? How would that work? Just
Garibaldi has it.
Oh,
yeah.
sorry.
Yes, someone has to grab the sheet.
I got it. What's the thing?
It's the same.
Computer's
medicine.
No. Oh, cool. There you go. Maybe someone else should get it.
So the result, the reason it's 1-1. What does that result indicate? Just to be clear. I think
that's how many successes as you rolled. So you have 1 success and 1 success for a total of 2 successes.
Excellent. Okay.
But it's difficulty 3, so you have not made the check.
The sick bay superpowered.
You could use the sick bay a superpower and
to decrease its difficulty.
Yep, drag. Oh yeah, you have advanced in sick bay, don't you?
Yeah. Yes.
Just
then we
knocks
get
off
2 advantages.
So at least decrease the difficulty by 1.
I forgot to account for that. Yes, as you dive into the computer system, and this computer system has some of the most advanced medical journals in the Federation, and they find and they give you a technique for inverse protein in spray that you can give them. But you're gonna have to synthesize it, and you have to know the exact inverse of the prion you're working against. So, there's some steps between here and treating them, but you have an idea of where to go.
Okay. Is this more of an extended task then?
It's a gated task, so I'm just doing several tasks in a row. I don't feel like drawing up an extended task right now.
Okay. All right.
Especially since I'm doing this on the fly with Threat. Dr. Mountain, what were you doing?
I was gonna see if there was some way I could, now that I either examine the ways to detect it in other patients. So find the commonalities. I have imaging systems as a focus, so I could use the station's medical facilities to make models of what's going on. And I don't know if it's a genetic thing, but I could get a genetic mock-up of it to get a better idea of what it is.
So you're trying to detect it in other people?
It, yeah, figure out what it is and detect.
Okay.
Be able to detect it.
Kind of doing a couple things at once, so I'm going to increase the diff and comp, but if you hit this, you'll be able to answer both questions.
All right.
And computer's medicine again. So reason medicine, diff 3, comp 2.
I'll take a minute to log in. So imaging genetics would be fine.
Yep, imaging systems genetics.
Did you say comp range is what?
Comp range 2. So you complicate on a 19 or a 20. Or you could just knock it right out of the park.
I figure out a way.
Yep, you easily figure out a way. You can scan the rest of the crew. They don't seem to have the same issue, but you found out the source of it. It is a genetic hiccup. Somehow, some of their cells mutated or got hit by radiation, and it messed up the code, and that code messed up enough to make the wrong protein, and the protein messed up enough that it's become a prion and is infecting things.
It's just cascading.
Yeah, it's a cascading. It's a cascading effect from a genetic mutation.
Is this the thing that the Evan Expanse is causing in some of the refugees?
I can answer that from or momentum.
Sure.
Indeed. I've been working on this for a while. I would just, and also that was the project that the USS Nightingale and I were working on. So whatever solution they figured out, maybe I can get information from them, maybe from their database or whatever. Yes, that would fix the genetic hiccup and stop their body from producing more or prions. But we still have the issue of the existing prions in the system.
Certainly.
But you would be able to stop it at the source.
Yeah, so I'll go over and let Dr. Kai know what I found. Share my information.
Dr. Mountain, do you think that nanotechnology might be helpful in preventing the cascading effect?
I have requested samples, but I have yet to hear back. But we do not have that currently available to us, unless you do.
I do not, but I'll start to research it and see if I can come up with anything.
Well, yes, the Nightingale has come up with something for similar cryons. So if we can get a better idea of what's happening to these patients, we can perhaps use at least try to work on their methodology and figure out a solution.
Makes perfect sense, Doctor. Perfect sense.
Great. Maybe we could. It's viral, right? So
roughly analogous.
Roughly. Can I go ahead and attempt again to use biology to determine if I can find some type of cure, or if not a cure, something to slow it down? Is that still possible?
You've already found it. You succeeded it at that, so you have an idea in mind. You just need to go through the steps of manufacturing it.
I see. Okay.
Their facilities are available.
All right, so I'm gonna work on that then.
Great.
We're not
not
quite in a rush anymore. So control med. Yes, doctor.
Are there any other critical patients happening right now that need attention? Make sure I'm covering all my bases.
Not at the moment.
Okay, fair enough.
But there is one person who's in a fairly serious abdominal surgery, but you have some of your staff who's confident they can handle that.
Okay. I trust my staff.
Control med diff 3 comp 2, because this is kind of theoretical and you're are making this up as you go, but you have a fairly solid theory of medicine, and you can make to you have a fairly good idea of medicine you can make to treat this. hypo spray you can give them, and that will stop the prions from attacking.
You try that?
Yes. Do
right.
you want to lead or you want me to lead?
I can lead if you like. I have the focus of biology. Maybe that'll help. Of course, you're an expert in experimental medicine, so that may help as well. Can I do a test? I'm sorry, emergency medicine. Excuse me. So task roll would be 3 if I took a momentum to get an extra dice.
1 momentum and gives you 1 extra dice.
Dr. Mountain assist.
Dr. Mountain, you may assist.
All right, let's do that. And I'll go ahead and roll.
The Gara Computers Medicine.
Nice.
Huzzah!
Nice.
You guys are crushing this.
Huzzah!
You have the hypospray synthesized and they are replicated. But Garibaldi, we still need to stop the prions at their source.
Me?
No. Guy. Or Dr. Mountain.
Dr. Mountain. Who did I say?
Right.
Garibaldi.
You said Garibaldi.
No, you said Garibaldi, but still.
We could send security guys to go deal with that. The patient wouldn't survive, but they'd be cured.
So Garibaldi hasn't worked for Starfleet Medical in a while.
Right.
Just shrink Garibaldi.
Do no harm. Do no harm.
Do no harm. Dr. Mountain,
Yes.
we still need to stop the genetic mutation at the source. Otherwise, this will just be a spot treatment.
Understood.
So, do you know the details of how the Nightingale... I haven't actually read the report.
I don't believe I
have a report
saw
somewhere.
what happened.
Let me just skim this. Okay, so kind of the same idea.
Yeah, we had a system attempted. So
yep, you have a system. You have a system attempted. Looks like you did field trials. So this is known tech. Nothing too serious. Control medicine diff 2 to get that. To get the Ebon Expanse cure.
All right. I'll take this one, and I'll take momentum. Is the complication range at all different? Or?
Nope. You've worked on this. You have been working on this.
And I'll reroll.
Do you have to reroll? Oh man.
I'm helping the team. Okay.
You have 1 flute, but yes, you have the Ebon Expanse cure synthesized.
So what I'll do is with the floating momentum or for 2 momentum or whatever, create an advantage regarding the Ebon Expanse virus for anybody else who comes to the station, so that we have a supply, because it seems to be a thing now. And I'll make sure that any ships that are around will have that available or be able to synthesize it, something like that. So
absolutely, you can synthesize. You can synthesize extra.
Great.
And you have a good stockpile already, and you get some replicators that'll be synthesizing and crate loads of them for any incoming ships.
Especially the ones that are starting to have to go out to the expanse itself anyway.
And with that, you have both hypo. You have 2 hypos per person. Then, and all you have to do is just stab it in their neck.
It's more genteel than that. It's a light press.
A light press
on the
in the
skin.
neck. Yeah.
To inject into the bloodstream.
Yeah, both of you grab one of each hypo. One,
Here we go.
two, and wait a few tense moments. 2 tense moments. And
Melting goo, damn it.
Dr. Mountain, and your patient takes a deep breath in. And they seem to be doing well. However, Dr. Kai, your patient, unfortunately, is having an allergic reaction.
I see. Is there something I can do to alleviate the allergic reaction?
Daring Mad Div 2.
Mad Div 2?
Yep, to jump in there and save them.
We'll do complication.
Complication
2.
1.
Complication 1. All right. And 2 dice.
Yep.
Can I use my focus?
Which focus?
I would say, hang on one second. Let me check. Emergency medicine?
Yes. Would you like to purchase additional dice?
I don't want to use momentum, but maybe just to be...
You can always give me threat. Threat is eternal.
Let's do threat.
All right. 1 threat for 1 dice.
And I'll go ahead and roll.
You get 1 more dice on that.
1 more dice. So task roll put it up to 3. Is that correct, or just 1?
Just task roll put up to 1 and hit it again.
Gotcha.
Didn't help, didn't hurt, but you manage to stabilize them. Both patients are going to make it.
Excellent.
Dr. Mountain, you found... Dr. Mountain and Dr. Kai, you have found a rare side effect of the Ebon Expanse. Cryon exposure.
Cryon exposure. We'll have to do some research to see if we can figure out what sort of radiation levels or whatever the root cause is causing these mutations. But we can at least be aware of them and keep the numbers as low as possible.
Absolutely.
And we'll make sure we distribute it to Starfleet Medical and CMOs of the ships. And then I will let Lieutenant Commander Vogel know.
And with that, everyone is safe.
Good deal. Nice work, Doctor.
You too, Doctor. Thank you.
My pleasure.
Today, no one shall die.
Not today.
Not today.
Just put me on a field with somebody. We'll see how long that lasts.
All right. New scene. I suppose we have some people going to a mess hall or to the promenade, correct?
I'm gonna head down there for a stiff drink.
Doctor?
Anything else for Sorrel? I guess he'll do that.
Yep. Sorrel, Ivanovich, and Vera, and was there someone else from DS-17 coming help? It's coming near the end of Alpha Shift.
With a reef on leave, Vogel's probably pulling a double shift.
Yeah, probably.
But Garibaldi's probably off duty and out of uniform.
Yep.
Quote unquote off duty.
Fox is still refused to leave the ship.
I'm definitely in there.
Someone from DS-17 and describe the bar. Or,
I don't think we've had that yet.
or the promenade.
Well, there's like a terrestrial enclosure that is basically just like a giant domed city. So this would probably be in the shopping center district of that. It runs about the entire, it's big enough that it runs basically the entire.
It's the entire deck.
Yeah. Well, here, hold on. It's like huge.
But as Dr. Mountain says regularly, there's a great place for noodles.
It's decks 36 through 62, and it runs the entire diameter of the station.
That's a big
There's
move.
in the DS-17 folder, there's a Deep Space 17 decks. That kind of gives you the layout. So you see where there's that green part, that's the terrestrial enclosure, and that's where all that stuff is. The shops, the bars, etc., etc. The noodle place.
The noodle place. Yeah. So this is kind of an older style thing they used to do, but it's literally a domed city. Not quite like a full city. This is more like a small town, but there's buildings and parks. There's an artificial lighting system up above you that seems to simulate a sunlight. How many civilians do you have on board? Couple thousand, couple hundred?
Again, questions Prax never answered. So sure.
There's a couple hundred people milling about. So fairly busy town, especially with the evacuation efforts. Some species, there's some species that you've never seen before, or that are walking about out here. However, most of the shops and places that have been set up, about 80% of them are places places you're familiar with. Some franchises from the Federation or are owned and shop concepts from Federation species. There is one or two completely alien in shops. New races, new proprietors from the frontier who stepped up and said, "Hey, I would like a shop on here," and they've set up a shop on station. The atmosphere is kind of tense. Everyone's kind of keeping to themselves, but sun's shining. There's artificial bird songs tweeting. Nice artificial breeze. It's artificial, but it feels nice. It's about 3 levels below a holodeck.
Well, this is certainly a nice place.
Who's present in the scene?
Ivanovich, Ross, Sorrel, Vera, and Garibaldi. As of this point. Vogel is stuck up in ops, and the doctors are in the middle of a medical emergency.
So, you said you know you must know some of the best places here, right? To Garibaldi.
The best places for what? But yes, I know where all the best places are. And the worst.
Lead the way.
Well, what is it? What is it that strikes your fancy, or whatever his Vulcans have for interest?
I enjoy Klingon bars.
Interesting. Well, we do have a Klingon merchant or two on the station, and that the company came aboard with the Klingon ambassador.
Do they have blood wine?
I'm sure that they do. Not my preferred drink, but I hear people drink it.
I've developed a bit of a taste for it. That and Vulcan brandy, but I already had that.
What about the rest of you? Vulcan food? I mean, Ferengi food? Ferengi food. Oof. Where's my mind? Klingon food.
I'm good with anything. I'm just happy to get some time on the ground, I guess. Not exactly the right term, but
Some fresh gah would be nice.
All right. Well, then Garibaldi will lead them to the Klingon restaurant.
I will say that on the surface, as it does, hey, this looks like a quaint American town, but you see the seams and you see some of the technology in the background. So if you kind of pierce through the facade, you can see the machinations behind Main Street USA and see how Disney World really works. So it has the appearance of being nice and friendly, but you can kind of tell that this is fake. It's a fake. So I don't know if that's unnerving to your characters. It's again, it's like 3 levels below a holodeck. How they would do it. But we're going to a Klingon place.
Cool.
Your Klingon leather bar. No. We're PG-13 and we're staying right there.
bat. Get the bat.
It's a PG-13 leather bar.
We only have a hammer, and unfortunately, they've taken so much brain damage from that they're immune to it.
Besides, I only have four threat. Although, yeah, you head to the Klingon bar, and just like Main Street USA, each shop has a different facade, and you can see this black and red and spiky storefront from down the street. And there's some gray smoke kind of wafting out the door. As you approach, it's actually a Bolian is bodily thrown out of the bar and skittering across the street. And this is big burly a Klingon who is about 400 pounds of sheer muscle. So scream and stay out.
I think you found a nice place.
As you can see, I find these entertaining.
Well,
They're always a riot as long as you know how to dodge a fist.
And knives.
Entertained.
If you can dodge a fist, you can dodge a knife.
If you can dodge a wrench, you can dodge a ball.
That was, I think, the idea.
Hey, Sorrel, I think I can take that bouncer.
Well, let's at least get a few in before we do that.
Of course.
Hey, didn't you listen? You're not supposed to do anything as the captain.
He's off duty.
I know. I'm just teasing.
Well, Garibaldi will lead the way with the bouncer. Hey, Tiny. Are you tossing bullions for Latinum today, or just cleaning out the riffraff?
He insults Warnog. You look behind you, and the Bolian is 3 sheets to the wind. Very, 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 very drunk. Local station constables are picking him up and taking him to a local med station.
All right. Well, remember, you still owe me a cub for your pet targ I got through customs without delay.
Anyways, he just raises an eyebrow and steps aside. You enter the bar. There are a couple of Klingons in the booth in the back. They are singing and clanging glasses around. Apparently, they are celebrating some glorious victory. There is a rogue Nausicaan and who is hiding out in the back corner just by himself, but is watching everyone around him and has kept his back to the wall. And there is a young Trill and a young Orion in civilian clothes who just happen to be in here, and it's just kind of like, yeah, this place is cool. And, just kind of enjoying the vibe, but very much college kids is in the wrong neighborhood. Do you sit at the bar, or do you get a table?
Table.
And who is ordering alcoholic beverages on a scale of 1 to 5? How dangerous are we getting?
Well, Zorella's ordering the Klingon blood wine.
Okay.
I'll go up to 3.
So, about blood wine level.
4.
Garibaldi.
Garibaldi drinks water.
Vera.
Vera thinks for a moment. Considers the 5. She'll go with 4.
And Ivanovich. You don't have to drink.
I'm sort of wave off the bartender or the waiter. I don't drink.
All right. So, whatever number you guys called up, you are gonna get a difficulty 1, complication, and number you called. All task. Fitness medicine. So fitness medicine, diff 1, comp X. X being the level of drink you're getting.
Oh, yeah.
If there's any traits or talents or arguments you can make, speak now or forever or hold your liquor.
If I had known that was going to be it, I would have gone to the 5.
Composure as a focus?
I will take composure as a focus.
Skullduggery?
Yeah, I'll take it. Holding your liquor and impressing people.
I'm just gonna roll 2 die. That composure with that complication rate. Fitness, medicine. Oh yeah, this is gonna be great.
If that had been a 5, I would have lost there.
Oh, this is not going to end well.
I say this is just one
We made
drink.
it rolls. The rolls.
This is going about as well as the last time you two drank.
That well?
No, they haven't started a bar fight yet.
That's right.
I don't understand the appeal to organics of reducing their own functionality.
Well, I don't. Well, the goal is to not get reduced, but to get the warmth.
I wish to experience all of life's diversity in its infinite combinations.
Nice use of IDIC.
Garibaldi. Garibaldi, you're drinking water. And okay, so that's all the. All right, so I have complications on Sorrel and Ross. Would you like to buy those off, or do I get to pick on you?
I'll let Ross make the call. Yeah, go for it.
Ross, what'd you say?
I said go for it.
All right. Both of you have increased difficulty on reason and insight and control task.
All right.
So you have the trait of drunk one, and actually I don't need to spend on this because you could have a trait. Sorrel, you are particularly a morose right now as this drink reminds you of a certain someone.
Yes, indeed. To the extent you can detect reactions on Sorrel's voice, he looks, or on his face, he looks slightly crestfallen.
You doing okay, Ross? Or not Ross? Sorry, Sorrel.
I'm fine.
You sure?
Oh yes.
It's all right, Sonic buddy.
Yeah. Through the psionic bond, you are feeling the sad melancholy of the nostalgia this drink has brought about.
And Mad World plays in the background.
There you go.
Do. Anyways, Garibaldi, you go up to the bartender, and this is very tall but quite lean Klingon woman is. You think they're polishing the glass, but somehow it's getting dirtier. One of those situations. If you do not speak, she does not react to you.
Another round for the Starfleet crew over there. Just repeat their orders.
Yep.
Who's the Orion?
The Orion?
One over there. One with the Trill.
There are some students. It's from Trill. Some students from a university on a break.
Is that a name for the Orion?
I don't ask names.
Well, you obviously knew he was a student.
They talk. I listen.
Did you overhear a name? No. No, take that one up to a 5.
What?
In fact, go ahead and just go ahead and make the drinks your best bloodline.
She asked for payment for 2 momentum, and you can get the good stuff.
I will spend that momentum.
With the intentions of letting the college girls know that you bought it for them.
No, he's getting the drinks for the
crew.
For the crew.
Okay.
He's just upping everyone's drink to a 5.
I will clarify that at the Trill and the Orion, and women are in their early 20s.
Garibaldi doesn't like Orion.
Oh, that was the angle you were going with that question. Okay.
Don't forget, Vera is
also Orion.
Oh, I'd not noticed. Then Garibaldi's been glaring at him most of the night.
Okay.
Yeah, Vera, she, her.
But he'll get the drinks and come back to the table.
More blood wine.
Another round for everyone.
Drink up, my guests. Enjoy the experience. Ga, anyone?
Yeah, I'll try some Ga.
Only if it's
Pharrell?
Sure.
Garibaldi would get the family style platter of Ga.
Ga for everyone. This is the good stuff. This is actually a fresh Ga.
Excellent.
And everyone who wants to dig in can.
Oh, definitely.
Garibaldi will certainly partake of the Ga.
And where does conversations drift to?
Which crew member here is the Orion?
Vera.
Is she in uniform?
Yep.
Yes.
Well,
so how does our Orion get into Starfleet anyway?
Well, see, it's been a long road.
There it is. You got your one. You got your one.
Your one per list.
Long story. Apparently, having standards is pretty nice to be in compared to, you know, how it was back home.
Vera has proved herself to be a more than adequate member of our crew.
And she's a damn good pilot.
Oh yeah, I flew through subspace once.
Ah, well. Orion
not like in subspace. I mean like between subspaces.
Well, Orion smugglers are some of the best pilots in the quadrant.
She does not make any indication that she's arguing with that statement.
Tell me more about what brought you into Starfleet.
Well, I lived a pretty normal life. Got in with a bad crowd. It got very, very bad. I reached a point to where I could not accept what was happening in the group that I was in, and turned myself into Starfleet while saving some civilians that didn't deserve what my captain then was trying to do.
Bad crowd. You mean one of the syndicates?
No, he had defected from the syndicate. The Hulk was a nasty piece of work.
Interesting. How's your blood like?
When the Gungnir started investigating them, they brought me in for intelligence, and then I ended up helping.
And she's a damn good pilot.
You said that, yeah.
Making sure you heard.
I mean, I don't mind the compliment.
But to forgive my curiosity, I don't see many Orions in Starfleet, or any until now.
Vera knows from Sorrel's performance evaluations that more than adequate is high marks. So the Gungnir crew has definitely closed ranks here.
Oh, you enjoy your god.
Thank you.
And the bloodline.
It's quite interesting. And wriggly.
That's how you know it's fresh.
Indeed.
And the night wears on, and everyone who ate the gaw, I need a fitness and medicine and difficulty E1, and Sorrel and Ross, yours is increased to difficulty 3.
Oh, this is not going to be good.
As later that night, gaw and bloodline do not go well together.
What?
Oh, no.
How's that possible?
It's the perfect pairing.
Right?
And not in a
If you're a
non-Klingon
Klingon.
stomach.
Those internal organ redundancies help a lot.
Okay. Take 3 threat.
Okay.
So close.
Vera, you managed to make it through the night without incident. Garibaldi, Ross, and Terrell, you've been up all night throwing up.
Oh.
Worth it.
Worth it.
Sorrel will make a mental note to exclude that particular combination from the infinite diversity of the universe from in the future.
Meanwhile, we have autopsy need to go over.
Oh, that's not going to be good either.
So this is a few hours later, or after Dr. Mountain and Dr. Kai, you have managed to take care of all of the newly arrived casualties. They seem to be settling quite well. And Fox, you are the security officer. You are in charge of making sure these bodies don't do anything.
Yeah. Great. Body detail.
It could be worse.
Yeah, I could have been in the bar with Rost and Sorrel again.
True. But yeah, after the DS-17 in sickbay acknowledges that they're ready to do an autopsy, you help escort the 2 dead avian creature bodies. He's into
Squirting bodies. That definitely calls for the hammer.
Yep. Well, they're not squirming anymore. They've been freeze dried.
Yeah. No chances. I'm taking the hammer.
That would be a threat, but yeah, you definitely have the opportunity to grab.
Yep. Taking my hammer.
You have a hammer. But Dr. Mountain and Dr. Eric Kai, Lieutenant Fox brings in a small security detail, and 2 nurses is bring in a couple of bodies in a cryogenic case.
And an electrified hammer.
On his back.
It's on his back.
What do we have here?
Bodies that are assigned to be examined, autopsies and the like.
Okay.
Did we see again? I'm sorry.
With the handoff, I will leave you to your work.
Can you tell me a little more information?
I have no more information than what is here. They are dead bodies, and that is all I know about them.
You don't know where they came from, what planet, what species?
I have no further information for you on them. My job is to make sure that they don't move.
Well, thank you for your help. You're very gracious.
You could at least give him the situation report. Like, hey, where'd you find these bodies? Under what circumstances, and why are they of interest?
Why they did.
He just hands over a pad with all the information they need about where and why.
Oh, thank you.
And
Dr. Mountain, look, we have a pad.
Well, thanks.
Fox, go ahead and give me a present security difficulty 1. See how thorough you are on this report.
Security. Difficulty 1. Okay, take a threat.
Sweet.
And no, you don't get that complication.
But you do get a momentum. 1 there, and then my name there. That's how this works. Okay. Fox spells out quite proficiently that these are alien creatures that seem to have boarded and were attacking people on the calm storm. They appear to have been gathering bodies and bringing them onto a boarding craft. This boarding craft's air seal was compromised, it detached, and they were exposed to the vacuum of space. but they appear to be a hostile race of some sort.
And does it say where they were encountered?
In by the calm storm, approximately 1 sector or over. Within the vicinity of the Ebon Expanse and catastrophe.
My background in xenobiology allowed me to know anything about this particular species.
This is a species that has not been encountered before.
This species share similarities with other known species that I can reference.
You're gonna have to take them under a knife to figure out, but that's what we're here for.
Yep. Well, all right, thank you.
Reason med diff 4, assisted by a computers med. One person can lead, another person can assist, and you do have your medical staff that can assist you in some manner.
Yeah. What's the difficulty you said?
Difficulty 4.
4. Well, you can reduce the difficulty down with the medical staff. You have xenobiology, I don't. So probably you, Dr. Kai's lead.
Take the lead. You want me to take the lead?
Yes.
Very good. I can do that. Application.
Oh, there.
I'm sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Now we can.
All right.
You're a little
Doctor,
faint before.
Sorry about that. I'll go ahead and take the lead. Thank you, Doctor. What was that complication? 1?
Complication 1. Would you like to purchase additional dice?
What was the difficulty again? 4?
Was 4. It is brought down to diff 3 because as you are in a sick bay.
I'm going to go ahead and buy an extra die with momentum. 3.
You have up to 3 dice.
Okay, I'll take 3 dice and then go for that. Oh, nice. That.
Wow.
So that's 6 successes. Am I correct in that?
And
Yep.
1 complication.
And 1 complication. Okay.
1 complication. So, do you have any talents that would allow you to reroll a medicine task?
Say that again.
Dr. Kai, do you have any rerolls available for this?
Just give me 1 second. For talents, I have doctor's orders. Would that apply here?
No, doctor's orders is more for ordering people around.
That's right. I have practice makes perfect, but I don't think that applies.
No, that would not.
Then I have no talents that would apply in this situation.
Okay. You can either have the complication stand, which means I get to have fun with it, or you can squash a complication and by spending 2 momentum.
I think I'm going to let the complication stand, actually.
Okay. I can't think of anything in particular here to do off this, so I'm just going to take 2 threat. But we do have 1 float, which we can use in a moment. So, you find out that these creatures are of avian biology, tetrapods. They just have 4 limbs, 2 wing-like limbs, and that end in opposable hands, and 2 legs. Their respiratory system is attuned to M-class atmospheres. Their skeletal structure is a little brittle. you think they might have evolved on a lower gravity world, approximately 70% lower than 1G, or 70% of 1G.
Dr. Mount, what do you think? Why would such a species want to be collected in place?
We can't really speculate based on their physiology, but we can figure out a profile of what sort of planets they are from, and if we don't know that much about them, we can at least maybe figure out where they're from.
Yes, that'd be the logical.
I will say
teams.
I will say this is based off a very cursory scan. If you want to get any detail, you would have to specify what kind of system you're looking at. What are you looking for? But general, run a tricorder over them. This is what you can find.
We start with the muscular skeletal system just to get an outline.
Yeah, we can image them and see if we can figure out more about them.
Sounds good.
We put them up on this big 3D display of their bodies and stuff, as far as we know so far.
And then attempt to use the computer to, use the imaging device.
Yep. Use the computer to get the imaging device on the two new specimens. One of them is slightly taller and lankier than the other, but at max height, they are maybe 4.5 feet tall. Musculature, they have, most of their muscles are fairly slow twitch. They don't do a lot of burst activity. Most of their musculature is for slow, steady activities. You think their flight muscles are more? Yep, flight muscles are a lot more for gliding. Not to say that they can't move fast. It's just that their musculature isn't made to go fast.
I tell from this whether or not they're able to take off from a standing position, or do they rely on maybe going up to a high elevation and gliding off?
I'll answer that for momentum. They can take off from standing position, and you think that they can carry a fairly significant load with them.
I share that information with Dr. Mountain. Just my observation.
Oh, interesting. Usually in these moments, I talk out loud to the recorder so I can save all my information. Yes, interesting. Yeah, so it does look like they can, like you said, jump from standing or from another height.
And it's fascinating. Mm-hmm.
Go ahead.
And it's fascinating that the weight that they can hold, along with being able to fly from a standing position, that's quite interesting.
It's very powerful, but they're very lightweight. Otherwise, they've adapted to their environment probably, and it seems like an interesting species. Do you know how they were encountered? There was apparently attacking the ship that you rescued some of these people from.
I am not aware, but I'm sure further evaluation of their physiology will, like you said, reveal more answers. Perhaps we should start there.
Sure. Sounds good.
Can we do more advanced scans on the body to maybe tell about some of the weaknesses or strengths that it has besides just the ability to fly?
Strengths and weaknesses that would be more of a security leaning. For medical scans, I can answer additional questions about different biological systems for momentum. one momentum per question.
Dr. Mountain, what do you think? Should
Yeah,
we
that's
pursue
fair.
All right, we'll start with one question, one momentum. And the specific thing I would like to have answered is, what are the strengths and weaknesses based off the physiology?
Fox, you might be able to answer this with a roll if you would like.
Not really where he would be helpful at all.
Well, yeah, I was
If
thinking
it was
like,
a living specimen and he fought it, he could tell you, but this one's dead and he did not fight it.
I was going to give you, I was going to give you like an
Based off of it,
insight
no.
security a roll based on what you see in front of you. You might be able to glean an idea.
Also, as far as what the doctor was saying, he was not paying attention. He glossed over them after they started doing things.
Otherwise, strengths and weaknesses. I mean, in their shoulders and pec muscles are incredible, of course.
Alright.
What do you think? Next steps?
I mean, if there's no objective other than, you know,
Learning more about physiology.
I study them to determine cause of death, and we already know what that is.
Yes.
I'm not sure what the request ultimately is. But,
How much more we can contribute.
Request and orders would be find out more about these aliens. Who are they? What are they doing? What interests would they have in dead bodies?
Well, yes. Also, like, we could do brain scans to see if there's some sort of, maybe some of them have sort of a odd brain structure different than the rest of their species. Maybe they're just pirates and not every one of their species is the same thing. We can't know all that. Like, every Orion isn't the same.
True. These are considerations. The strong anthropologic principle. Maybe you found these particular or people out this far because they're the type of people you would run into first, like pirates. So, it would be a biased slant into finding pirates of their species out this far. Or it could be that there's some biological need for them to steal dead bodies. That's kind of weird. And by steal dead bodies, nice. By stealing dead bodies, I mean they had a bin in their aircraft, and they had 30 to 40 dead bodies just shoved in there, haphazard.
Freezer?
Not yet.
I do a search of the.
No, like it could have been their freezer to keep their meat.
As per the report, they were just shoved into a very Frankenstein shuttlecraft. There was bare bones, everything in there.
As far as the specifics of the craft itself, that would be another scene to look at the craft.
That's not my purview.
I wouldn't mind seeing it, but like I would like to check the computer, the medical database, the Starfleet medical database, for any reports of stolen bodies or desecration of corpse of any species.
Especially in that area.
You're gonna have to specify, because any stolen body, any species, you're gonna get trillions of reports.
Right, within the last 2 weeks within this particular sector.
We could actually probably get Garibaldi on this to get more information.
He's the
second officer here, so. And he deals with that kind of thing.
That is a lot of data, and there's definitely a possibility you can get some false positives. but the computer can help. And yeah, I'm gonna keep that security. Reason security or con difficulty 4, complication 2, to search through all of those records. See if you can get some hits off it.
Assist.
You can assist, or you can
Actually,
grab it.
I have a trait. I'm a diligent researcher as a trait.
I will allow that. You can bring that comp down, or difficulty if you want.
Sure.
Which one?
Difficulty down.
Okay.
And and then the difficulty down again because of the lab, the medical computer.
Actually, no, I'm not gonna allow that because this isn't quite a medical report. You're looking for security. You're looking through security reports.
My security's pretty high. I try to give it a stab.
All right. Would you like to purchase additional dice?
Difficulty level is 4. Yes. Can I purchase 2 dice?
All right. You can. That'll be 3 tokens altogether. You can do that split between momentum and threat. How would you like to do that split?
I'll split it between momentum and threat. That's fine.
Which way? There's 3. It's 3 tokens, and you have to spend.
Win what?
So 1 threat or 2 threat.
I'm just going to do 1 threat.
1 threat, 2 momentum. Okay.
Correct.
And then you get to roll 4 dice altogether.
And just the complication is 2.
Do you have a focus?
Let's see. Take a look real quick. Diplomacy, espionage, doesn't really apply. Xenobiology, I don't know if that would apply in this particular case, but it might be helpful. But if not, then no, I don't.
Yeah, I'm not. Yeah, I'm not filling any of those focuses, so no focus.
All right. Complication range 2, and then the difficulty is 4.
Right. Difficulty 3 if Garibaldi wants to help.
That's right.
Yep. Mountain was help.
Mountain
helping?
Yeah. Yes. Sorry,
so
new players.
So,
is that a task roll of 4 then? I'm sorry.
Task roll of 4.
Yeah.
But we're looking for 3 hits. And Garibaldi with the station. Computer security. Retro. You gain 1 momentum, but we have a complication on the table.
You really want to find out what this is, or do we not care? Because we can spend another momentum. Yeah, we're good. What is your roll?
Yeah, Kai. It's your roll, so you get to decide what happens to that comp. You can spend 2 momentum to get rid of it, ignore it, or you can hand it to me and I get to have fun.
I'm going to spend the momentum this time.
Okay. Initially, you were getting a lot out of data because there's been a lot of things happening in the past 2 weeks in the region. But you managed to start filtering down data, and indeed, you are finding a pattern of broken down civilian ships that have been recovered, and the ships were recovered. The crew was not. There was signs. There have been signs of ship failure or something broke down, or even they were damaged in a fight, disruptor error damage on them, and then on board there was signs of violence, but no bodies. There's no
Sounds like the
bodies,
MO.
no parts of bodies. Everyone was gone.
Something in the raw material must be important to him.
I don't want to
Share that
speculate, but
Go ahead, Dr. Mountain.
Also, another thing. Actually, no. I'll answer that for our momentum. There's a little bit more to the MO.
I'll go ahead and spend it.
It's not just the bodies that are missing. There was a lot of computer parts, bulkheads, as were stripped down. Everything that wasn't nailed down onto the ship, it was either pulled out, roughed about, and tossed aside, or was missing.
scavengers.
Yeah. Seems like anything that's not locked down, like they're looking for spare parts, and it's like bodies are spare parts to them. That's pure
Bodies could
speculation
be
on my
food
part.
source, and the parts they're taking from the ship are being Frankenstein into their own.
Yes, that's a valid idea as well. There's no way to know. We just don't have enough information right now.
But we have at least something to go on. Maybe we can compile a list of planets in the area that fit the profile for their smaller bone density, and also for the proximity of those freighters. Maybe we can coordinate with ops and figure out more information or where to go to next.
It'd be helpful, you think, to have security search for theft of ship parts? I mean, I would already have.
I mean, they're finding empty ships out there, people and equipment. So something's happening in that area, especially near the Evan Expanse. That's just another complication with the humanitarian crisis that's going on. I mean, these bodies are fascinating now, but there's a crisis of billions of people.
As far as the taking of this spare bodies, I can and clarify something for momentum. That piece of information is something else from the scan and would make sense.
I mean, I think that's necessary. That would be fine, I think.
Make a full report.
So, yes on that spend, or
yes.
Okay. You double check their digestive system. They have a extremely robust digestive system, akin to a Karen eater.
Oh wow.
And an extreme immune system to deal with such pathogens that would come from eating Karen or dead bodies.
Wow. Okay, I think that answers that question.
Yeah, let's file a report and see if we can keep an eye out for them out there while the ships are traveling to and fro.
Dr. Cott would communicate that information and bring it along.
The two of you can give me a presence medicine difficulty E3 assisted by computers med to write up a report and create that advantage that everyone is made aware of this.
Presence med complication 2.
Comp 1.
Comp 1.
And difficulty 3, there's a lot of information you're kind of compiling together.
Okay. I don't know if I have a focus.
Presentation, reporting.
Nay.
Let me re-roll. I didn't include the focus. I would imagine that I would have a focus as well.
What focus would you be invoking?
Xenobiology?
I will accept that. You're literally a xenobiology report.
Then let me re-roll.
Would you like extra dice before you... Yeah, never mind.
Yes.
All right. And the computer med from the station.
Who would you like to roll for that?
You can succeed at cost.
I think we should.
Yeah, I think we should too. Go ahead.
No, that's where a comma goes, not a semicolon. Just kidding.
You can and compile the support together. It's just going to take a long time. I'm between the autopsy and writing the report down, and you're going to be tied up for 12 hours. Just getting all this done.
Yep, and I will integrate the imaging system data and to get a good full mock-up of the thing. Probably overkill, but we can take it.
And do we have a cargo bay? Cargo bay. It's ready room, random sick bay. Look here, cargo room. Meanwhile, we also wanted to look at that shuttlecraft. You have a broken up alien shuttlecraft to go through. Who would like to go through it?
Oh, I would.
I'll help with that.
Excellent. And do I think I actually have my tokens over here. Yes. Nope, that's the wrong one. Yeah, the shuttle is brought out of the shuttle bay and brought to the station. It was this guy. Ugly, misshapen thing, and one side it has a breaching pod. Would anyone from DS-17 want to help with this as well? Going once, going twice.
Depends on whether or not I'm still drinking with the Gungnir crew.
This would be the next day.
Then yeah, Garibaldi's always interested in exploring that sort of thing.
Excellent. All right. You have this ugly, misshapen, literally Frankenstein together shuttle. I will note that it doesn't look like this is a beater that has been replaced one part at a time. This looks like someone took 3 ships and stapled them together into some sort of functional form. It doesn't look like there's any form or rhyme or reason that they started with. So someone took a Cadillac, a Volkswagen Beetle, and a F-150 and somehow welded them together into one functional craft. It is that ugly.
It's all the ugly and none of the pretty.
Some combinations are better than others.
Where would you like to start?
Garibaldi was to add is where did you folks find this thing?
Outer space.
Da-dunk.
Well, if that eliminates it being ruined on a small desert island in the middle of the ocean, I suppose.
Indeed. Why don't we start with attempting to decrypt their computer systems?
Reason, medicine. No, not medicine. I've been stuck in that groove. Reason, engineering, difficulty 3.
All right. I am going to use my focus in computers, I assume. And
somehow that applies.
Yeah, and I'm going to spend... How much momentum have we got?
Can Sorrel assist on this?
1 momentum, and yes, you may assist.
Okay.
And I'm going to spend 1 momentum to increase that my pool to 3.
All right. And I'm going to be right back.
Okay.
Just a thought. I know these scavengers are able to go into the expanse. I don't know if that's something that the little boarding ships can do, or if they have to be aboard the mothership. But something gathered along those lines would be helpful.
Sorry about
We done
that.
Okay.
And back. Momentum generated.
Now, did y'all find this ship floating in space damaged, or?
It was part of a hostile encounter with the species in question.
So y'all did the damaging.
I declared. I can't recall us actually.
The only
shooting
thing
it.
I shot at was the big ship. That damage happened when it tried to leave the civilian ship with part of its hatch open.
Yeah, I can clarify. It was initially attached to a civilian ship, and during a rescue operation, Captain Ross and a security team stumbled across their breaching point as the aliens were loading up bodies into it. They panicked, shots were fired, and Captain Ross made a concentrated shot onto their breaching hatch to make it so that they can't close their ship again and reseal it. Aliens ran for it, pulled out, and evacuated and explosively decompressed the area and evacuated all their air. And they were freeze-dried. Because the breaching hatch is actually warped into formed from a concentrated phaser strike.
All right, now you convey all that.
You're welcome.
Hey,
What did we learn from their computer core?
You learn that they don't have a computer core? Question mark. They have a computer, but it's very basic input output. This system talks to that system, and I push this button, it runs this command. There's no logs. There's no There's no organic communication. There's nothing. It doesn't even have the idea of logs. What's that? It doesn't even have a place to hold logs.
Offensive or defensive capabilities?
What was that, Garibaldi?
Offensive or defensive capabilities?
That would have to be another roll. This was just to pull out the computer.
That's inconvenient.
Kind of strange, but
Yeah.
might mean something. No, I'm not.
So
hinting.
there's no long-term records on there. It's just strictly an operating system.
It is strictly an operating system.
It doesn't record any data. Like,
it doesn't even have the option well, it records or sensor or data. That's about it.
Well, let's go and look back at its earliest sensor data logs.
Yeah.
Okay.
We could maybe get a picture of their home base or planet.
How far back would their logs go? They wouldn't have a reason to wipe them. Yeah, this ship would have logs going back. It has logs going back at least 3.
3 what?
It has logs going back at least 3 years, but you have the feeling that that's just because as it ran into the data storage and it just started cutting out the oldest logs.
I see.
Jeez.
What specifically would you like to look for?
A planet or base of some kind.
Most common destinations.
That would be handy.
That would be handy at all. I can answer for one moment, Tim.
Absolutely.
It doesn't appear to be a static location, but it keeps being, it keeps going back to a familiar ship. The ship appears to be mobile and ever moving, but it goes back to a mothership, and its sensor log shuts off for a little while, and it comes back on, and it leaves its mothership and goes to almost a mobile station.
I see.
Because when it's docked, it shuts off and it's not recording anything.
Does it have any data on the mothership, or?
The mothership that it docks with and keeps going back to is Scale 4. Scale 4, very, very robust, and again, Frankenstein together. And the main base that they keep coming back to, you estimate about the size of DS-17. So, yeah, it's full space station size.
Gotcha.
Which is scale 10. Yeah, this base is maybe about scale 9.
Okay.
And the base looks like just a conglomeration of a bunch of different ships welded together, and then it has a giant torch engine at one end. And the ship is given in coordinates to come to a specific dock. It docks, drops off its cargo, and goes back home.
Is that a secured or encrypted communication between the shuttle and the whatever we're calling it and the mothership? And does it have a record of what that signal is? What it signals to the mothership as, "Hi, I'm one of your babies and I'm coming home"?
Trying to think through their psychology. Yes, it would be encrypted.
Okay.
But you have one of their computers, so you have half their encryption.
Right.
Or at least the latest encryption they have. It is unknown if it's a rotating frequency or if they do security updates.
Okay, I think we would like to try to determine what is that signal that it gives to the mothership that says, "Hey, I'm one of the babies. I'm coming home," with perhaps the prospects of copying that signal and pretending to be one of the babies.
Do you say this thing is automated, author?
It's not automated. It has input controls, but it has no logs. Besides just no logs besides censored logs and automated inter-system logs. But to pull the IFF, Control Engineering Diff 3 Comp 2. So, who would like to take the lead on this, and how would you like to do this?
That kind of depends. Will you take security instead of engineering?
I would take security.
And would you take infiltration as a focus and codebreaker as a trait?
Ooh, absolutely. On both of those. Trait, how would you like to apply that?
I'm gonna lower the difficulty.
All right. 2.
I'm gonna give you a threat for an additional die.
And that is 1 momentum. You have their latest IFF. Now, that's not going to pass if they do active sensor scan, but it would at least get you within their security screen. As long as no one looks out the window, you'll look just like them.
It's more than we had.
Mm-hmm.
If this ship is a patchwork of different technologies, I wonder which technologies are the oldest on here, and if finding that out could help us determine what their starting point was.
Excellent. It's more of a reason to ask, kind of looking over this. Reason NG, but you are looking through a patchwork of different technologies and trying to determine the age of it. Some things do not show their age that well. And... yeah. Possibility of wrong information from misweathering or miscalculating that. And computers can help. Reason Engineering, difficulty 4, complication 2, assisted by computers engineering, and anyone in the scene can help.
Okay, what was the? I'm sorry, my sound cut out for a second.
Reason Engineering, difficulty 4, complication 2, assisted by computers engineering, and anyone in the scene can assist.
Difficulty 4, complication 2.
There's the useful assist from the ship.
Sorrel was more helpful.
Hey, what? Caraboli will not assist.
Too late.
Well, that role is what I mean by not assisting.
Yep.
In fact, you're getting in the way.
I will use neural interface so that as a minor action, so that I believe that lets me re-roll the computer's die.
Yeah. I'll allow you to get a neural interface with DS-17.
Right.
Assuming DS-17 in themselves won't object to such a thing. Would you? Like, logistically, would you prevent Anthos hologram from interfacing with your systems? I guess Vogel, that would be a question to ask since you're CO. Vogel? There, Vogel. Yeah, unless they say otherwise, eyes, you can use that talent.
Okay. Can I also use walking encyclopedia? My understanding is that the MacLeods use a similar technology to this, cobbled together from things that they steal from other people. So I would like to download from the station's database all the relevant data on MacLeod technology and use that as a focus.
Yes, I believe you need to spend momentum to do walking encyclopedia.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
One or two, I keep forgetting. I haven't used it in a while.
I can't recall. Which book is that in? I think
it was in science. I can pull it up from the...
2 momentum immediate.
Character creator. Thank you. 2 momentum, and you get the focus for the rest of the session.
Mm-hmm.
But it's increased complication because it's...
Oh, actually, yeah, and I would rather not do that because I already have special team. Oh, wait a minute. We are... No. I will do that. Sorry. And I will also spend 1 threat to gain an extra die.
Okay, 1 threat, extra dice. Yes, you have a new focus in MacLeod technology, but that increases your complication by 1 because this is a flash download. Yep.
Hey, can you guys hear me now?
Now we can.
Yes.
I was going to say the station's probably too old, seeing as though we have zero holographic interfaces at all, besides holodecks.
I mean, if you have comm lines, then you can establish digital connections between computers, presumably.
I mean, ancient ones.
Yeah.
Yeah, I forgot to consider that.
Remember, this is a 200-year-old station, so...
Okay. So anyway, I roll 3 successes.
3 successes and 2, and Garibaldi has a complication. So we have...
Sorrel's up there with his assist.
Yep. So we have 2 momentum and generated. And Garibaldi has messed up. Would you like to quash that, or are we running with it?
Let's quash it.
I think we want to quash, yeah.
I mean, what's the worst that can happen?
We'll never know. Because we quashed.
World may never know. Garibaldi, you're trying to... And my brain completely goofed. What was this roll about again? Finding out the age of the technology and getting a timeline of what ships they stole from, correct?
Yeah, I think that was it.
Okay.
Sure.
ADHD moment there.
That sounded more like a senior moment.
Not that old.
Well, that's what I was thinking, but it still sounded like a senior moment.
Back a murder. Anyways, the technology going back, some of the newer stuff is from Federation, and technology going back about 6 months. You see very familiar Federation and civilian in tech. Going further back from that, it's unknown alien in races. Going back about 10. Going back the last 10 years, they have incorporated Vorkala technology, which DS-17 and can fill you in on who those guys are.
Who are the Vorkala?
I believe that was you guys, or was that another ship?
The Vorkala.
That was us.
Okay.
Subset of the Anethian people, the very people we're trying to save. They were a significant threat to the Federation. Let me just leave it at that.
Okay.
The rest of that story is slightly classified.
So the oldest technology on this boat that we can identify is Vorkala technology, correct?
Vorkala technology was about 30% of that total timeline, and the other 70% is technology you're not familiar with of various alien races that you haven't had contact with. But the base of this craft is about 15 years old.
And is composed of unknown alien technology.
You can identify it, but you don't have a reference of who this belongs to, because you are in the frontier.
Okay, so if the second oldest technology is from the Vorkala, then maybe they have some records of who these people are.
We can ask their ambassador.
I think that would be worth our time.
Indeed.
Anything else you wanted to look at on this ship before we change scenes? I believe someone wanted to look at offensive capabilities.
Yeah, offensive and defensive capabilities.
I mean, what is their overall technological level compared to the Federation? Because
patchwork quilts. It's kind of hard to nail that down.
I mean, what kind of tactical threat would they present?
Yeah, that would definitely be a roll. Insight plus security. This is based just off a fighter. You have it in the bay, but you haven't seen it in combat, and you did get a good look. Noted. Yeah, diff 3. Insight security diff 3 or reason security diff 3.
That's 6 in one hand, half dozen in the other for me. That's probably not a security systems focus thing.
Yeah, I'm not particularly good at any of those.
Well, let's see. Well, trying to get to know these folks. I'm gonna stretch something at you, Arthur. As we're trying to figure out who these people are and to connect with them, would you take the value connecting with others personally as a useful tool?
I will accept that value.
I will spend towards that. Give you 2 threat for a 3rd die. Well, I don't really have a focus here. So 2, 3, 4, 5.
Okay, and what can I assist with?
Reason or insight and security. Actually, since someone's leading with security, you can assist with engineering, just to give an idea of like, hey, this phaser can and output 1.21 gigawatts.
Okay.
Also, we'll finish the roll and then I'll clarify something. All right. Generate a momentum.
Generated a lot of momentum. Should be 3 momentum gain, right?
No, it was difficulty 3.
I had 6 successes.
Oh, yeah, because you use the value as well.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I was distracted by someone in
Chat.
Yep. All right. Offensive capabilities, they would be a equivalent on par with Federation tech. This could go toe to toe with a runabout, possibly even a Federation fighter.
That's impressive.
And point of clarification, which is why I was just distracted. It wouldn't be Vorkla tech that much. The Vorkla were mainly isolationists as up to now, so there would be some Vorkla tech, but not that much. The 30% Vorkla, the 30% tech was Arethian tech.
That makes sense.
Yep. Because
who are the Arethians?
Those are the people whom you are getting the evac fleet for.
Okay. Well, they might know more about these people.
They might, but there's some Vorkla tech. The Vorkla might have some idea, but they might not have much useful.
Just GM, just kind of looking at kind of an overall theme of their offensive and defensive capabilities. Are they more? They appear more aggressive minded, defensive minded. Can I get some kind of feel for who these people are looking at their weapons? I want to know that Garibaldi is a former counselor with a focus on psychology, if that helps you decide whether or not you're going to answer that.
I will I'll answer that given that angle and his previous and his focus there. They are mostly defensive, and they have some offensive capabilities, but it's mainly just offensive in the sense of space is dangerous. Don't go out there alone. It's not like I'm trying to kill someone out here. It's not Klingon level aggressive. It's very defensive. Mainly, the ship has more plasma cutters and ship stripping in capabilities. Almost like they don't attack. They don't go after ships that would pose a threat to them.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. In fact, this thing has the capability of, if it goes into a fairly low power mode, it can sit and wait in space for months at a time, which is unusual for small craft like this. Usually, they can go like you would have to prepare and beef them up in order to have a small craft like this go out for an extended period of time like this. This thing, it seems to be built with the idea of, nope, we're just gonna sit and wait for a long time.
I do want to get kind of separate the Anethian and Vorkala tech in a scan and transmit a copy of scans of that part of the ship and that tech, and copy that to Commander Vogel with a question: would you consider, or you might consider? I'll spend that.
Yep.
Which is kind of a statement. Ask the Arethian ambassador about this? Question mark.
Lieutenant Commander Vogel, you've received this communication. You
I'll
are
respond with,
15.
I'll add it
You are
to the
15 hours
list.
into your shift. You are exhausted at this point.
I know. I'll just say I'll add it to my list.
You know what? I'm gonna pick on you, Vogel. You are deep into a shift. Reason command and difficulty 2.
Reason command?
Mm-hmm.
It would help if that was my sheet, not the station. What is this for?
Just see if you actually remember to put it on your list, or if you get lost in the moment and forget.
Just seeing if I had anything to help here.
Yeah.
Do we have momentum? I'll use a momentum. What's the difficulty 2?
Diff 2.
Yeah, I'll use the momentum.
I can't do much, but I figure I'll throw something at you. All right. Even in your haze, and there's 2 other in the background, and there's 2 freighter pilots, and that are in a screaming match with each other. One of them apparently he intends to ram the other, and some of your officers go, no, don't do that. But you do manage to quickly write this down, and then you jump over to that next catastrophe. As tempos are flaring.
But yeah, she'll add it to the list of things to do.
As there's a lot of other BS happening outside.
Yeah, well, there's 12 ships, couple merchant vessels, few docked vessels. She's busy.
Mm-hmm. And a Frankie Daemon. At least one. There might be more. There's a dramatic amount of Daemon out there. Actually, I think a dramatic amount out of Ferengi would just be one Ferengi. All right. Did we want to do any other scenes before we talk to the Arethians? Anyone else I missed? Yes, and it's not. Vogel and Ross. You received this communication. This report about the alien and shuttlecraft being made with Arethian tech.
So the very people we're trying to save are being attacked by someone who has their stuff.
Mm-hmm. So, the question was brought up of talking to their ambassador. Would either one of you want to lead this endeavor?
Oh, Vogel would do it because she knows them.
Okay.
Can I tag along?
Yeah, you could probably meet Vogel outside the corridor. A little meet cute and such.
Yeah, you can leave this for like the next day or something, Vogel, so you can actually get some sleep, eat between shifts.
Oh, Vogel wouldn't. Vogel would not put things off till tomorrow. That's why she's still on shift.
Oh, so you're just going to power through this. Okay, then.
Yes.
I'm spending 2 threat for raisins. Don't worry about it. And noted. Yes, as right after beta shift is done, gamma shift finally comes in and relieves you. This is kind of in the middle of the night. Rost, you were kind of thinking about turning in for the night when this report comes up, and Vogel's like, okay, let's go. We're doing this now.
We're not going to wake the ambassador up, are we?
Well, it would start with me sending a message to the ambassador's office to request a meeting, and then depending on what they would say, if they say we're good now, I would go. If they say let's do it tomorrow, I'll do it tomorrow. That's how it would start.
Yep. They surprisingly, the ambassador is up and ready to accept a meeting at this moment.
Yeah, and then I would head toward the ambassador's office.
Would that be on the station or is this on the planet? I think it's on the station, correct?
It's on the station, yeah.
Okay.
There's a diplomatic suite in the terrestrial enclosure.
Cool.
We built them.
Ross, so you meet up with Vogel just outside of Ops. Vogel looks tired. The little ragged. But
I'll stop by Starbucks and pick up coffees.
Actually, Vogel, go ahead and Presence Command difficulty 3. See how well you can pull yourself together. Unless you don't want to make an effort to look like you haven't just pulled a double shift.
Oh, I could look like hell. That doesn't matter to me.
You look like hell. Oh, and you're not even attempting to put it off. It would be difficulty 3 to hide the fact that you're exhausted. And you're like, nope, not worth the effort.
Nope, not worth the effort. This is the last thing Vogel's doing today, and then she's going to bed.
Vogel looks like crap.
So yeah, you probably are going to Ops for whatever, and you see Vogel leaving Ops looking like that. Oh, Captain, was there something you needed?
Well, I thought we would see the ambassador. Sure, you don't need to stop by your quarters and freshen up a bit, or you good to go?
No. The ambassador says she's available now, so this is going to be the last thing I do.
Well, I'll hand the commander the coffee, and we'll go.
What kind of coffee? Is it just like a ye old black?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
Vogel will look at it, kind of sniff it. I can never get used to the taste of this stuff. And she'll go to a nearby replicator, put it back in, and it'll say tea Earl Grey hot.
The tea a whirls into existence, but it is in a teacup up and saucer setup, not exactly to go.
She'll take exactly one sip of it and put it back in the replicator.
Replicator here disassembles it, and you are off to the ambassador's office. The ambassador.
I'll role play with the captain while we're walking too, if you don't mind.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a good 5-minute walk.
Yeah. Sorry, I haven't been around much to meet your crew, Captain. It's been rather hectic. How are you enjoying your stay on 17?
Oh, it's understandable, Commander. We've been pretty busy, it seems like. Yeah, I think everybody's been having a good time, and they've been working with your crew to examine the ship and the cadavers. So I think we're having fun and being productive.
Have they found anything interesting with the cadavers?
Nothing particular as far as I've heard, but
At this time, you would have gotten the report from sickbay, Frost.
okay. Was there anything remarkable about it? We're going through it. I don't recall hearing anything extra special.
Insight,
or
Insight Medicine Diff 2. See if you remember anything. I'm not
It's
sure
a
how to
blood
take.
wine hangover.
I am not sure how to take that.
He knows
Yeah,
nothing.
not 20 and not 1.
Was it a diff 2?
Yeah, it was a diff 2, so you hit it.
But he doesn't know the medical jargon, so he.
Yeah.
What happens if you had an engineer a medical report?
Stress from the medical jargon.
Yeah, they're big birds, you know.
Yeah, they're big birds, and you remember you remember Caribbean Eater or something like that.
Caribbean Eater.
Yeah, something like they eat something, but you're not sure what that term means. But otherwise, is that they're avian and they have flight abilities.
That's all I can remember, but I had a lot of blood wine the other night, so I may be missing some of the finer points.
Yeah, sometimes when the doctor talks about medical procedures and surgeries, it just flies right over my head. I only took the basic courses for medical care. More of a scientist myself.
You're something of a scientist?
Yes. That was my original assignment here, was to be in charge of the laboratories in the science department. But the commander, through his infinite wisdom, thought I would make a good XO.
Well, you know, these are difficult times, so but it seems like you've been, you know, doing a great job keeping the station running considering the situation.
I am trying. This is by far the most ships I've ever had around this station. Sooner this mission is over, the better.
I have a feeling it's going to get a lot more complicated before it gets done, so expect the worst.
Maybe I should pawn more responsibilities off on Garibaldi.
Yeah, couldn't hurt to offload some of your plate.
I find it tends to keep him out of trouble if he's busy.
He's doing it again.
Shh! I did it in Discord. It doesn't count.
Counts.
If we see it, it counts.
It's about this time you are down the street from the embassy.
The ambassador's office is right this way.
Are you
The
in the,
engineering teams get a remarkable job on this section of the diplomatic suites.
yes,
On a
it
sc-
looks quite nice.
on a scale of 1 to 5, how impressive is this?
Maybe an 8. It's not Earth. It's not Earth diplomatic suites, but it's pretty good for a space station.
Okay, so reasonably respectable for the embassy of a foreign state.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of them. Like the Klingons are here, the Vorklar are here. There's probably offices for a few more. Or we've wanted to turn this into kind of the diplomatic section.
Mm-hmm. Klingon one has fire 24/7. You have eternal torches on the gates.
Oh, I thought it was 1 to 10. Sorry.
I can convert. I'm gonna assume that's a 4. So I do 1 to 5 because it's STA and difficulty 1 to 5.
Hey, Vogel's tired. And I am playing her as such. Damn it.
You enter.
So yeah, I'll shine the door to the ambassador's complex.
And actually, I have not covered. I've not been told what the Arethians look like.
Human-like, I believe.
Yeah, just year old humanoid with funny stuff on their noses.
I don't even think that. I think they're straight up humanoid.
Yeah.
Human looking. That's it.
Yeah, they're relatively humanoid looking. Nothing different about them.
No spots or anything like that.
Yeah. Yeah, you are led into the ambassador's office. Have we been introduced to the ambassador?
I probably have. Good evening, Ambassador. Thank you for seeing us on such short notice. This is Captain Rost? Rost?
Yes,
Rost. This is Captain Rost of the Gungnir. We did have a few questions that we would like to ask you if you wouldn't mind.
Yes, I have some time in between all these requests and trying to organize as a evacuation fleet. Quickly, what's this concerning? Something about alien ship?
Yes, the Gungnir encountered a alien vessel as well as a few other ships in our fleet. And they have recently come into possession of a derelict. And there were some questions were raised about some of the technology on board. We noticed that roughly 30% of the technology on the ship was determined to be of Inerthian origin. We were wondering if you had any information on any possible ships that were harassing your convoys recently or in the past few years.
Ships harassing us? I mean, space is big. We lose ships all the time.
Can I use my telepathy to see if they're being deceitful or not?
Absolutely. Insight command. Unknown race, unknown person in difficulty 3.
I'd like to use my determination to get an extra die on this one. Other cultures are interesting and have much to offer.
Absolutely.
And I'll give you a 2 threat for an additional die.
Okay. Rolling 3 dice, you have 1 free hit, 2 free hits. So 2 momentum and generated. Sweet. You get the idea. She is incredibly impatient, incredibly overwhelmed, and is kind of feeling like, okay, what's the point? What do you want from me? Get to the point. I have 1,000 other things to do. I brought you in here as a favor, and now you're wasting my time. Hurry up. Get to the point. Cut to the chase.
But not deceit.
Not to see, just incredibly impatient and frustrated at the lack of information from your question. And you get the hint of longing and lost and regretting and missing out on someone. Not that someone has died, but someone has moved away in a situation in where you can't see them anymore.
Okay.
Someone specific and of familiar closeness that they're longing for.
Are there any pictures or anything like that around here that might give a clue as to what or who she's thinking about, like that? Family photos on the desk or that, whatever.
For momentum.
Sure.
Yeah, she has as a family photo on her desk. She appears. I'm assuming Arethians have nuclear family units. So, herself, her spouse, and 3 children. This picture appears to be like maybe a year old, not that long ago. Standard family vacation photo. Looking over, there's some falls on their planet. One of the kids is pulling a funny face and like pulling on their cheeks and sticking their tongue out.
That's a lovely family. Must be very concerned for their welfare in these trying times.
She looks at the photo and raises an eyebrow. I mean, I worry about what future they will have.
Have they all been safely evacuated?
She blinks. Somewhat of a personal question, but yes, they moved out here with me when the embassy was built.
I was just curious. Didn't want that to be an additional worry on your plate.
She's confused that you would bring that up.
Anyway, back to our questions about the ship. Significant portion of it seemed to be Arethian. I was wondering, were there any type of civil splits or dissident groups or something like that could maybe account for why these ships are built with your core technology?
Well, there is this one thing. It's a folk tale. It's something that came up after we started exploring space. Some of the deep spacers would come out of tales of ghost ships stripped of their crew, and of red eyes watching in the night. Ew. But we thought that was just either tall tales. There was one ship. Maybe she goes to a computer and starts pulling something up. No, I'm not using the acronym ASS for Arethian Starship. I typed that out and went, nope.
Nobody on here would misuse that at all.
ASS Arethian Starship. Yeah. I'm just gonna go S. Civilian alien ship SS. I am making this up as I go. There was a report about 3 years ago. A star cruiser, or the SS Vinctal. We found its wreckage 6 months after it went missing, and its entire crew and passengers of 1,000 were missing.
How long ago was this?
About 3 years ago, approximately. How long has the Arethians had first contact with Federation?
Year and a half, maybe?
Yeah, so
somewhere around that.
So it was about a year before first contact with the Federation.
And how long has the Expanse been expanding, or how long has it existed?
The Expanse itself has existed for as long as we know. Your sciences says as 100,000 years.
But the current rate of expansion, that's relatively recent.
The current rate of expansion, that started a month ago. That's when things started shaking up, and that's when we fully considered evacuation.
Are there any sensor readings or any data recovered from the Vicno?
For a momentum, and she can pull up those logs for you.
Do it.
It's going to take some time, but she can recover those logs for you and get them to you. She's kind of just doing this off the top of her head and like literally pulling up like the Wikipedia page. But she can get specific sensor data to you in 24 hours.
Any information you find will be greatly helpful, Ambassador. I appreciate it.
I heard that there was news of a new possible world for us. Something that one of your starships has found.
Yes, the crew of the expedition potentially found a planet for you to settle. They do want to have a few more days just to check for any possible ones that might be better, but it looks like the one they found is the one we might use. But I should have official orders hopefully soon about that.
Very well.
Once I know for sure, I'll let you know first thing, Ambassador.
I'm just trying to keep my people apprised of the situation. Any help you can give us is greatly appreciated.
Well, we have an entire fleet of starships ready to assist in the evacuation. And ready to head out at a moment's notice.
Very well. Is that all?
And I'll just quickly glance at Captain Rose, see if he had anything else.
Thank you for your time, Ambassador.
She nods and goes back to her reports.
And Vogel will start heading out. And as soon as she gets out of the ambassador's office, Vogel will just kind of put her head in her hands, kind of rubbing her forehead.
I get the impression there's something they're not telling us about this. Just a gut feeling, but
We'll see what their reports say.
And do you know anything about her family? If they're actually all here?
That would be a GM question, I think.
Inside Command Diff 1, you might know this offhand.
I'll use the momentum, try to gain some more.
Good call. As far as you know, she hasn't really brought up her family. There's nothing in distress about her family.
I haven't known the ambassador for too long. Commander Arif might know her better.
Yeah,
but I haven't heard anything about her family or anything.
As far as you know, officially her immediate family and some extended family is already here, and some of her extended family was part of the first wave of refugees.
As far as I know, her immediate family is on the station, but as you can imagine, she's about to lose almost her entire race of 1 billion people.
Yeah, she seems particularly worried about a family member. I'd be curious to know if we could have maybe Lieutenant Garibaldi verify all that. Just a gut, gut thing, but you're something about that.
Well, I'm sure that's something we could always ask her tomorrow.
All right. Vogel, as a GM, did you have any intention on extending the survey of the planet, or are we going to get the green light to start the evac?
Yeah, really, it's just whenever you wanted to launch a rescue mission is really all that it's waiting on.
Okay. Yeah, after 24 hours, you get the information of the victim. Yep, thank you. This information is handed to your desk, Commander Vogel.
Oh, what I just said to you?
No, the information about the Vington and that incident.
Oh, okay. I am literally just going to pass that directly on the Garibaldi.
Okay, Garibaldi, you get a sensor packet from a Arethian vessel, approximately 3 years old.
It helps if I unmute myself.
It might.
Maybe just a little.
Tiny bit. You said I got a sensor packet? What does that contain?
Sensor data, supposedly.
Sensor data of what?
Sensor data of the last moments of this ship as it Yeah, sensor moments of moments of this ship concerning the Arethians and contact with alien in race, as they call. I'm not sure if the Arethians would have a special name for them. Nah, it's just an alien encounter. I want you guys to come up with a name for this alien race.
All right. What can I learn about this alien race from the sensor data?
He's inside. Diff. Let's see. It is a sensor system you're not familiar with. Sensors were damaged, and it's been through a lot of hands. Diff 3, Comp 3, and computers can help. Reason Science, Difficulty 3, Complication 3, Computer Science can assist to help sift through the data. And you can drag in any players you want.
Okay. Out of curiosity, is there this censored packet? Is there the possibility of anything hidden in the codes that would make this make exploration of this risky at all?
Not that I'm aware of.
All right.
Yeah, it's not like there's any bugs hidden in the cold, if that's what you're going for.
Yeah, I'm trying to find ways to tie back to a former log to pull up to grab another point of determination. But I'm drawing a blank on that, so I guess I'm gonna have to work with what I got. Let's see. I'm working with the ship's computer, right?
Yes.
Will you take computers as a focus?
Mm-hmm.
All right, then I am going to use my join talent to call back to a former host named Soros Clinics, who is a software engineer. We'll temporarily pick up the computer's focus, or at least for the rest of this session, pick up the computer's focus.
Absolutely.
All right, I'll help out. Reason Science. Talent help. Research. Oh, I already have a focus. Give me 3 comps for wow. Can I? Oh, I had an idea. Can I? Does the mission directive apply here? Since I'm being ordered to do this by my CO.
Mission directives are usually a higher than that. I think the current mission directive, besides Prime Directive and such, would be assist in the Arethian evacuation.
All right, fair enough. Goes with the shot. Diligent as a trait to reduce the difficulty.
I will take that.
Then I'm going to give you both those momentum and a threat for 2 extra die.
Sounds good.
And really, well, at least I made it. I have no rerolls. No.
You have the computer.
Oh yeah.
Computer science.
Computer science. Oh, okay, so I can roll my own computer science. Computer science. Starship task. The computer is not any help. All right. Well, I still made it.
You
I
got
guess,
it, but
I will let the comp ride. The story gets interesting with complications.
How could this be complicated? So you get the task. So you found out that at this particular ship was a luxury star cruiser. Went out to the stars to wine and dine people. And it hit an ionic storm. Arm blew out one of his engines. It was stranded for like 4 days, and they were far enough away that they were just waiting for a round trip emergency message is to go off, and on the 4th day, one of the avian ships came in and started circling them. It just came in, gave them a scan, and just kind of waited. And after they waited for about 12 hours, or kind of, it seems like they were kind of like sizing up the situation, and they flew in and shot out their power, the Starfighter's power systems. So they were completely without power, and then they boarded en masse and took all the people. And within the course of 12 hours after they shot out the core, or the ship was stripped down to its core, and the logins. But they hung around for about 12 hours at extreme range.
All right. Can I make a separate roll to assess the alien vessel itself?
Yes.
Will be the same stats and stuff as before.
Reason science, difficulty 2, and computer assist.
All right. Since I'm kind of assessing the enemy vessel, can I use substitute security for science?
Yes.
I will give you a bold so I can activate threat. Still the computer's focus.
Yep. Since you have it for the rest of the session. I keep getting those two mixed up because I had Walking Encyclopedia and Join Trail on the same character, so I get them all blurry.
Oh, I do a little better that time.
A little better. And the computers.
Right. Ship task incoming. Ship is as useful as ever.
All right, you got 2 momentum off that. The ship itself, after the active scan, it just is kind of stuck in a parking orbit at extreme range. It was kind of bobbing and weaving, kind of. It would make like a little bit of approach and kind of wait in anticipation, and pull back again. But otherwise, the entire time it was after that first initial scan, it was all passive scans. There was no active ping going back and forth. But there was but during the 12 hours, there was a little bit of like duking, like kind of duke in, duke out, just kind of.
So it would come closer occasionally.
It'll come closer, kind of see what the reaction is, and then duke back out.
So maybe trying to feel the Anethians out.
Yeah, that's exactly what you're thinking.
Can the scans tell me, show an indication that this is another one of these kind of cobbled together ships, or is it?
Very much so. Another Franken ship, scale 4.
Did the passenger liner sensors pick up any communication or transmissions from the alien vessel?
Surprisingly, yes. It was a couple short form arm subspace ace waves.
Short forms?
Like short radio burst.
Any directional information that can be pulled from that?
No directional information, but at the but the freighter, the Starliner, did manage to pull the message and record it.
Ah. I'm gonna assume the message is not in Galactic Common or English or whatever. Can universal translators translate it? Assuming it's a spoken message.
You run it through the universal translator, and the universal translator says there is no language here. What are you talking about?
Okay, the transmission, if it's not spoken, what can I figure out what it is?
You can play it.
I will play it.
And you take 5 challenge dice of psychic damage as an eternal screech emanates over the speakers.
Okay. You're not gonna make me roll my own damage, are you?
No, I'm gonna do it. I'm still in your sheet though.
Oh. 2, 4, 6, 7.
7 damage. That is an injury, and it is intent. I didn't roll effects though. No, I'm gonna try to roll infect. I'm gonna re-roll those 2.
So we roll 2 of them?
Yeah, I want effects.
That's heartless, man.
I said 2.
That's a lot more than 2 of them, man.
Well, the first 2 got an effect, so you got your wish.
All right, so it is 3 threat, add or momentum to stay up. As you take 8 psychic damage.
6, 7.
Deter. Did you already speak of determination?
Yeah, I have.
Ouchie.
3 threat to stay at?
Yes, because as it's intense.
Well, just take that 3 threat and enjoy it.
Okay. Still, this is inertial screaming is just piercing over the wave. It's over the speaker. It is nails on a chalkboard. Nails on a chalkboard, Banshee, and your mother berating you for getting the carpet dirty, all in one.
Now that last one all by itself would cause 5 challenge dice worth of stress.
Eventually, the transmission stops.
Okay, so turn the volume down on it a lot. And see if the computer can analyze the screechiness.
Are you going to play the file again?
No.
You sure?
Yes.
I can do 5 more damage.
I don't think I can take 5 more damage. Mirabaldi's wobbly on his feet as it is.
In fact, one of your ears are bleeding.
I bet at least one of them is. But I am going to attempt to get the computer to analyze the sound. Without playing it this time.
Without playing it this time. Do you want help?
Yeah, Garibaldi's going to go find. He's going to go find the Gungnir's science officer.
Sorrel, you are being requested.
Want to hear something that causes psychic damage?
Sorrel here.
Sorrel, this is Lieutenant Garibaldi of DS-17. I could give me a hand analyzing something?
Certainly, Lieutenant.
Just bring your earplugs.
Oh, okay.
Oh yes, I'm well aware that if I hurt Sorrel, I also get to hurt Ross.
Yeah, that's a two-way street. It's real fun.
Garibaldi gives Sorrel directions to an office that is more like a small closet.
Okay.
Full of really strange communication equipment and a wide variety of computers.
All right.
So
he goes.
Analyze this. Reason science difficulty 4, complication 4. Because the computer might mess up and go, oh, you want me to analyze the sound file? Well, here's the sound file, and you take damage. So you have to be really, really, really careful on, okay, analyze the sound file. Please do, for the love of God, do not play the sound file.
And I suppose Garibaldi made no mention of the psychic damage.
Oh no, there's still crusted blood on the side of his face, and Garibaldi says, "Don't play that audibly.
Okay,
it hurts."
Got it.
So I want to describe a situation to you, there, GM. There was a point where I challenged a value and did something horribly risky to gain information that could have hurt my career and the career of my friends. But when I challenged that value, I replaced it with risk taken, the pursuit of knowledge must be taken. And so I have co-opted the Gungnir's science officer, knowing there is some risk in here. And so I am, at least to Arif's mind, not to Arif, but at least to Garibaldi's mind, he is putting somebody else in danger to gain knowledge. Would you accept that as a callback?
I will accept that as a callback. So you gain a point of determination and pulling up on the experiences as that brought you to that point.
And then I spend that determination towards that same value.
Yep. For
the purposes of this roll.
Cool. Last 2 hits.
Codebreaker or diligent as a trait?
I will take Codebreaker, diff or comp.
I will lower the comp for that.
Okay.
Computers for a focus?
Yes.
All right. So I got 2. I am going to spend I'm going to spend those 2 momentum for the third die.
Sounds good.
Good Lord.
Aha.
So that's 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 successes.
6 successes on a diff.
4.
So
I will spend the 2 momentum to squash the comp.
I mean, you don't have to.
Yeah. I don't want to kill both Sorrel and Ross at the same time.
You won't kill them.
I mean, if I do enough damage, I might take lethal injuries, but that's a stretch. Yeah, you
it'll
do
be fun.
manage to very, very carefully tell the computer to analyze it. Apparently, this communication was not. It kind of. It is communication, but it wasn't meant to be played over a speaker. It was designed to go to another input device. So, but it's kind of labeled as an audio file. So the computer's like, oh, this is a transmission. It's an audio file. So I'm going to play as an audio file, and nails on chalkboard.
So basically, the modem connection.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you don't have the right hardware in order to play this message correctly.
What kind of hardware do I need?
Yeah.
It's not apparent from the file.
No, it's not, but it might be apparent if you do use. Where am I going with this? ADHD, brain. Where'd that go?
Senior moment.
Senior moment.
Senior officer moment.
Heyo. You don't think it's a matter of getting the information, because it's raw information. It does have a codex in it that tells it how to operate. You think this is something more to do with how these creatures communicate with each other?
So it is or is not a language.
Yeah.
Well, I'm gonna get the universal translator working on it.
Why?
Already tried that.
So your boy's still holding his head going, yeah, I tried that.
Universal translator said this is not a language.
So it's not a language, but it's how they communicate.
It would be similar to how some
You keep using that word. I don't think it means what you think it means.
Is it possible that similar to how some species use pheromones
But
to
it's
communicate?
No, do not hook this up to a fart machine, please.
maybe it's some kind of kinesthetic communication.
Well, it certainly felt kinetic.
For a threat, I can offer a clue.
Yes, we'll take a clue.
Since these guys are communicating in a unique way, maybe it would be worthwhile now to look at their anatomies and kind of figure out how they would communicate with each other.
Well, do we? I have that report from the autopsy, right?
Mm-hmm.
What can I glean from that with how they communicate?
That particular scan and was not done. You didn't. There wasn't a detailed scan and done on the brain.
Sorella's sick bay.
It's Dr. Mountain.
Hello, doctor.
Hi.
I have the report of the autopsy from the avian creatures, but it doesn't specify how they communicate or what mechanism they use to communicate.
Sure.
Is that information you can gather for us?
Well, they do appear to have lungs and mouth, so I'm sure it's some sort of sound based. But there may be other levels. Perhaps we could look deeper into the brain and see if there's maybe a similar method that Betazoid or Vulcan folks have. So that's something we can investigate as well. We haven't done all that specific stuff.
Yes, doctor. If you could look deeper and send me your report directly, that would be Most grateful.
Copy that report to me as well, Dr. Mountain.
I'll make it available, yes. All right, and I'll include Dr. Kai if you don't mind.
Yes. Dr. Kai is working on some refugees that just came in.
Oh, certainly then.
Yep.
I'll get on it then.
Reason medicine difficulty 3, assisted by sensors medicine as you're trying to scan their brain case.
Brain case, yeah. Guess I'll. There's no momentum I see, so I'll take a threat or die. Would I have a focus in this? Let's see, genetics, imaging systems. Would I get an assist from the station?
You do get an assist from the stations, sensors meds. I'll take imaging technology.
Okay, and I'll decrease this difficulty by 1. With advanced.
Yep, you have med teams working on this.
I don't get a reroll though.
1.
Station's having a bad day.
I know. It's been busy all day. Vogel has been keeping it busy all day.
You find out something very peculiar when you look into the individual brain lobes. They do have the ability to process sound. They do have the ability to process sight, but it is diminished and crowded out by a psionic lobe. They also do breathe, but they don't have vocal cords. At least you don't think that they have any particular means of making any articulated sounds besides just a squawk.
Okay, similar to other avians.
Yep, similar to other avians.
Although probably whistling would be potential.
Yep.
I'll put all that in my report. And
I will say that at the auditory and visual processing, it's crowded out and diminished. It's not like they can't see and they can't hear, but they don't have the bit rate to process it in much the same way that humanoids don't have a lot of ability to distinguish smells, because like, okay, that has a smell, I might be able to identify it, but it's not that much of information. So
complexity.
They can see you, but they're like seeing you in like 16-bit. They're hearing you in 16-bit. And it doesn't get as much
Minecraft.
yeah, they're seeing you in Minecraft, so it might not get as much attention to them, and it might not get as much detail to them, because all those sensory organs are crowded out by this psionic sensor.
Yeah, so if we can somehow block the psionic sensor, their normal means of understanding is diminished.
Mm-hmm.
That could be an advantage. I'll keep that. But those are my notes in this for the Captain and Garibaldi and Ops.
Everyone receives this report.
Hey, doctors, I was also curious to know, are there any genetic similarities between the Anathians and these avians? Common ancestor, anything like that?
It doesn't seem that way, but I'd have to probably... Do I spend the momentum to get this, or just get it?
Yeah, you can spend momentum. It's not that difficult.
Okay, that's fine.
No, they do not appear to share a common ancestor.
It does not look like it.
Okay, thanks.
Absolutely. Is there any other information that needs to be done after the report? As specific questions, I guess. Hearing none.
Going once.
Nope.
Cool.
Receiving that report, so we'll go, I think about it, we did receive a psionic attack from that larger ship. Time I didn't necessarily connect the two, but
Maybe
Could
it was
it
an
have been-
attack.
Could it have been an attempt to communicate rather than just an attack, Commander?
it was done through their communication array. On the other hand, so I mean, I did entertain that idea, and then we found all the bodies, and that hypothesis seemed unlikely.
Could have been their version of surrender or else.
Yeah, submit to our will, something along those lines.
Right.
Resistance is futile. I don't know.
Right.
I don't think I've heard that one before.
I think it's copyrighted, so they're in trouble.
Borg cease and desist.
Yeah.
They'll show you.
Oh God, could you imagine in Borg litigation?
A Borg lawyer. Oh no.
God, that's horrible.
Borg litigation. Oh man, we have decided.
Litigation is futile.
Commander Sorrell, do you still have do you have any sensor scans or readings from that psionic attack that we could compare to this transmission without playing it through the audio?
We do have.
You do have it.
We have. I think we have that.
You do have it, yes.
Yeah, so I'll access the Gungnir's logs and transmit that to Garibaldi's station.
And no, it doesn't play. Comparative analysis, as it appears to be a similar thing but different.
Similar but different. Okay.
Different.
Yes.
In what way?
Different frequencies, peaks and troughs, but it's kind of like, yeah, this is like related, almost like someone is speaking it in the same language but different words. So, it's the equivalent of hearing a bunch of words, and then you hear a different set of words. Like, I think this is in the same language. It has the same pronunciation, but it's a different text that's being sent.
So, if the text or vocal, whatever the data is a manifestation of psionic communication, can myself or Rost or anyone else with psionic abilities have an ability to discern what it is, decrypt, figure out what this is saying?
Sure. How many challenge dice do you want to take?
So you're suggesting that they're psionically incompatible with us in terms of communications?
At this point, yeah, yes.
Okay.
But
well,
I don't know. Maybe you're players. You're creative. We're Starfleet. We can do anything. How much duct tape do we have?
What would happen if I tried to filter it through the psionic inhibitors that we have on the Gungnir?
That could be an idea.
Well, I think I would like to try.
Garibaldi just looks at Sorrell, says, that doesn't involve playing it over the loudspeakers, does it? And remember, speaking to this ear, I still can't hear anything on this side.
Right. No. Well, I don't know. That's a good question.
Involves blasting out the opposite. Yeah, in order to understand this, you need to expose a lot of people to this all at once.
Okay.
No. How much threat would it take for me to convince you to do that? You can do a mathematical psionic filter, or to step it down.
Okay. let's do that.
That sounds like a neato bit of technology. Back, let's do control plus NG. So we have the technology, but we're not quite sure how to. And then there's always a threat of that. Sure, I'll take 2 threat, and you can get a copy of the sound.
Sure.
Garibaldi.
I'll just record that under other equipment on my character.
You have a copy of the sound.
Your boy is a bit of a hoarder, you know. He can envision like using this as like a booby trap or something.
I'm imagining. Prax is gonna hate me for allowing you to have this.
It doesn't count in my headcanon, but there is a Star Trek precedent for this. In a third movie of a particular franchise.
Control engineering, Div 3, Comp 3, control science, and control security can also help.
Okay. Engineering. You said Comp 3?
Yeah, Div 3, Comp 3.
Div 3, Comp 3. Can gyro help?
Yeah, you have time to pull out gyro and set them up.
Okay.
So you get a bonus momentum on success and an advantage.
Okay. I'll spend 3 threat. Sensor operations as a focus.
Yes.
Okay. All right, Comp 3. We're done. Control engineering. Here we go. Bloody hell.
Yes.
Why aren't you that free with the threat spending on Tuesday nights, Don?
I don't know. I'm the captain. It's different.
Yes.
I am going to spend my determination.
How determined are you to do this?
I am determined. I would like to. Trying to think how that would work. So I'm using gyro here to help, and calling back to last session where I invoked always have an exit strategy to rescue gyro. I'm going to have, and given the warnings I was given, I'm going to have prepared a certain subroutine to go into effect if something bad were to occur, that would reset and permit another run through the psionic filter.
Okay.
Does that work?
So instead of an escape plan for gyro, you're using gyro as an escape plan this time.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll allow that for a callback.
Okay. Excellent.
To what value the
So
value
it's
is
always have an exit strategy.
extra strategy. Yep.
All right.
May reroll.
So gonna reroll 2 of those. So comp range. Yeah.
And since you did that as a callback, you get a point of determination back.
Oh, excellent.
That's how that system works.
Right.
Yes.
I'm slowly learning.
Or rather, he gained a point of determination and
Right.
And spent it.
Yep.
Yep. All right, gain a point of momentum. You're able to step down the intensity, step down the intensity, step down the intensity, and yes, this is communication. It's not quite a hive mind, but it is short bursts or thoughts sent out on a psionic frequency, and somehow they have technology to take that psionic energy and turn it into electrical signals that they can pipe through radios in subspace. And they have these psionic speakers and microphones, so to speak.
So they have a technology that basically translates their psionic communication into some kind of computer language.
Yes, and then that allows it to interface with standard communication antennas.
Gotcha. Okay.
But as for the language and translation, again, there's differences. It's like there's differences, but similarities. Like they're talking the same language, but the universal translator has nothing to latch onto because there's no language being spoken here. It's just a burst of psionic thought, but it's from the same species, so it's similar, but they're all thinking different thoughts. So
well,
I think
let me ask you this: we have one of their ships. Did it have that technology in there, the psionic microphone? And
it definitely would. For one momentum.
Okay.
For one momentum, you can get it.
Okay.
But I'm spending to threat. However, it appears to have been damaged somehow.
Okay, so I'm going to put that thought aside for a moment. What I would like to do is find some way to modify it so that it could, for example, take the psionic communication of a betazoid and translate it through and make it understandable to one of their species. Now, since it's damaged, I'm going to hand this over to our chief engineer, or in concert with the engineering crew on DS-17, to see if they can repair and perhaps see a way to modify it so that we can use it.
Absolutely. Ivanovich.
Yes.
You have been handed this project. However,
yes.
However, you suddenly get orders coming in.
Okay.
Captain Ross, you have been in order to escort the evacuation in fleet to the Arethian homeworld. As we expedition and has determined in that at this new refugee planet is accessible. This is our best shot.
Okay. I'll recall all crew and officers back to the Gungnir.
And one little bit of haggling left to do. There's the issue of how quickly and how fast we want. How that was the same thing over again. How fast and how consistent we want to send these ships out. Do we want, for example, do we want to do an all-in-one bulk run, or do we want to space it out so one ship is coming in, one ship's coming out, and also how fast do you want them to run? Because in theory, the nebulas as in galaxies can do warp 8. You can run them a bit hotter and get them to warp 9, and that would save time on the round trip. But the hotter you run them, the more chance there is that there's going to be an engine blowout and the ship's going to be down and out.
How long do we have before the Expanse becomes a severe threat to the planet?
Current timetable is thinking maybe 6 months. The total evacuation capacity of all the Starfleet ships in evacuation mode is 204,000 civilians per trip, and the a round trip between the homeworld and evac site. So homeworld, evac site, and back again is 10 days at warp 8. You could shave that down by making them go faster, but again, there's that risk reward.
And we have to evacuate 1 billion people. Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, as many of them as we can.
We always do for everyone.
And it's 10 days per trip for 200,000 people.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, unless someone's got an Ionian portal in their pocket.
We're not involving Iconian tech. That's bad. That always leads to bad.
That's we're a little got a little PTSD with that Iconian technology stuff.
Well, sometimes you got to take risks to get the job done.
Boy,
Let's not.
that's
fuck
okay.
around with
Let's
Iconian.
let's destroy the timeline again. We can do it.
I didn't get to hit the big bad at the end. No, we're not doing it again.
All right, so we have 1 billion people divided by 5,000 round trips times 10 days divided by.
We could only evacuate 3,600,000 people at that rate in 6 months.
Hey, that's my line.
Well, that's 3 million more than we could evacuate before.
Also means that you're leaving behind most of their population.
Oh, wait, that's not including round trip, so it'd be half that.
Yep.
Well, and don't forget the Klingons
round trip.
have agreed to help.
Klingons have some people to help. There are some other races that can help, but this is the majority and probably the biggest bet that you have.
So, do we need to recruit a lot more rescue vessels, or are we kind of maxed out on that capacity?
There are no more rescue vessels.
Okay, this is it.
Can we increase the carrying capacity of the ships that we have?
They are already spec'd to max. These are specifically evacuation ships, so cargo bays, corridors, everything has been stripped out and given minimum crew quarters. This is designed to scoop up as many people as possible, put them in standing room only, run them into the nearest star base, and it's a couple days away, drop them off and do it again.
Couple days away.
Far be it for me to suggest something insane, but could we move Deep Space 17 closer?
Exactly how much would Prax kill me if we actually entertain this?
Yeah, we moved the starbase where you were
We
at.
moved to starbase. We never hear from Author again.
Starbase would never get there.
Well,
Yeah.
we couldn't move it very far.
It's got a fusion reactor.
Yeah,
so
you couldn't move it very far. You couldn't move very fast.
It only has thrusters, and how it got to its current position was advanced alien technology that we don't possess.
So I guess we're back to Iconian gateways now.
Which we won't have access to, and which
Or you're
which-
going to have
which
to tell.
the two of the most famous captains have destroyed. So the precedence is destroy, not use.
Or
Just
you
doing it
have to
wrong.
tell the Arethians that you're only going to be able to get 3% of their population off.
Don't want to tell
What
them
percent
that.
did you say?
3%. That's a rather unacceptable number.
Man, we wish we still had a diplomat on this station.
This is where I'm going to be glad that I am the lieutenant, and I have nowhere near that responsibility.
Let's see. It's within like a minute that a transporter buffer can hold a pattern, right? There's no way to enhance
safe.
that.
It has been flukes and in
because
DS
there's
tech.
the Riker example, right? I mean,
Could we copy what Montgomery Scott did?
Not safely, and not for this many people. That was a fluke, and that was us using Montgomery Scott.
We don't have Scott.
Author, can you review? So, in what way is their planet becoming inhabitable? Is it the gravitational anomalies?
The gravitational anomalies are slowly shaking the planet apart, and current projections is they have 6 months before our seismic activity becomes untenable and the crust starts cracking.
Could we change the gravitational constant of the universe?
Of course.
I mean,
I don't
locally.
think so in 6 months.
That's what I'm saying. Locally, I mean, Enterprise did it with the moon.
Yeah. How many? How many warp drives do you have?
How many do we have? That was one ship.
You have the Gungnir, and this evac fleet is 12 ships. So 13.
13.
Well, maybe stopping the expanse is the solution instead of evacuation.
Well, maybe we do both. We evacuate who we can, but then maybe use the evac fleet to do that. The expedition and the Gungnir and DS-17's crew, and we've got a starship. It gives us 3 starships to try to solve the problem of the Ebon Expanse.
That you guys have been dealing with for...
And 6 months to get it done in.
We have 6 months.
So, again, back to the logistics. Do we want to run these ships faster and try to save 8 more people, or are we just going to ride the line and do it by the book? Could potentially run these 8 ships hot, run them at warp 9 constantly for the next 6 months, and you can save tens of thousands of more people. But again, it's only another percentage of their population.
Unless we lose one of the ships because we burn out their engines.
Yep.
And then we may cost the lives of tens of thousands of people.
Yeah. That's a pickle.
Well, I suppose we could generate some transport conduits.
There we go. Could we call the Borg and see if they'd let us borrow a few?
Yeah, unfortunately, it will cost everybody on the planet, us, everybody on the station, all the people on the evac ships. But they'll be safe.
Yeah. Well,
they'll be bored, but they'll be safe.
Better a drone than dead, right?
I'd rather be dead. I'd rather be dead.
You could find an abandoned cube or something like that.
Could we contact Admiral Janeway? She might know how to do it.
Unfortunately, no. So,
or at least get Admiral Janeway's logs, and then some of the brilliant minds here
now
figure out a way to create a transport conduits.
We did find a frequency to at least temporarily, with respect to a singular eddy, allow a ship to escape, to basically depress the effects of the gravitational eddy. Perhaps we could expand and make that a larger project that potentially, so if we could add another 6 months, well, we can double the number of people we can get off,
Increase our time window.
All right.
Yeah, this thing is light years across, though. I don't know how much juice that would take.
How much of the Ebon Expanse has been charted?
None. no one has been able to chart it because as in there it's dark and you get no sensor readings. You have gravimetric eddies, is the app pop up, and there's the constant radiation burn.
Wonder if we could capture one of these scavenger motherships and use it as a scout. If those things can go in the expanse.
And we could also work on the fundamental problem. What is creating these eddies? Because we can figure out why they manifest in this area of space. We might learn a way to prevent them from happening entirely.
Well, and that's what most of the 10th Fleet is working on. The Nightingale has been working on counteracting the radiation and effects. So maybe we could get a ship in there that can and stay a little longer and scout it out. The expedition has found the planet. I believe their next mission, and after that is to actually go into the expanse and chart it out and try to find the singular cause for this. Because according to the monitor, there is indications that this is artificial.
Didn't I see somewhere that the gravitational eddies were attracted to energy expenditures?
Mm-hmm. That was...
that suggests we might not want to run our ships at warp 9.
Yeah, that's another factor, isn't it?
No, I'm not spending this threat to do something like that. That would be rude. Yeah, so that's the math and you have to deal with. As far as solving the situation, that's kind of everyone else's job. We have other ships that are working on it. The Gungnir in Deep Space 17, your job is to get the Arethians out. If you can find something to help stop this thing or get more clues, that's great. But end of the day, you are supposed to move bodies. He's out of the blast zone. You're the taxi. You're keeping civilians safe.
I suggest we run these ships that they're not overrun their engines. We get them moving now.
I recommend that we adhere to the maximum speed that we can safely maintain in the long term. Putting Federation ships and crews at risk won't help anyone.
Max rated, they can easily run warp 8 indefinitely. So, and that would give them the round trip of 10 days.
Even in the expanse?
Yeah, this is factoring that. Well, assuming the expanse doesn't do anything silly.
So
we're going to save several million, correct?
Right.
3 million.
And that's the projection, 3 million. So we're sort of restricted in considering ways to speed up the taxi service. That's pretty much all we can consider.
Speed up the taxi service, make it more efficient, and also the big pickle of the room. Do we tell the Arethians and their chances?
Well, we kind of have to.
Their government, anyway.
But really, we should just tell the Admiralty. That's it. Critics suggested that sounds like a job for Admiral Keller.
Mm-hmm.
I must admit I'm confused. If 3 million if over 3 million of the Arethians will survive, then my limited understanding of medicine indicates that is a stable breeding population, and they should recover to their old population level within a few centuries.
We'll also need to be careful with the Erethians, as the last time they got desperate, almost destroyed the Federation.
How did they almost destroy the Federation?
They messed with time.
You're mixed up the species, Garibaldi.
But aren't the Vorkala a subset of the Erethians?
No.
Nope, not related at all.
Oh.
Okay, never mind.
Besides, I thought that was the Romulans.
There are a lot of species out there that are fucking with time too, because of desperation.
Like I said, Prax comes up with these weird names, and it's very hard to keep them straight. But the Unearthians were not part of the Vorkula stuff.
Well, we should probably keep an eye on them anyway. It's the same reason.
I know there were two groups, but they were not the Unearthians, and I cannot think of what the other group name was at the moment.
But I don't know. Can we find ways to make the route more efficient?
You can, and you can have someone plot a course. You might be able to shave like a day off it if someone can, and chart a course. Difficulty. You're doing a whole fleet.
I mean, I'm not seeing a lot of avenues here that we can really pursue, other than just, we know the estimate of how many we're going to get off, and that's how many we're going to get off.
Yeah,
we can't increase our capacity. We can't affect how fast we go. I mean, those are the two ways to improve the logistical situation. So,
well, we can improve the route.
Mm-hmm.
If we have someone with a good con, which is not Garibaldi.
Vera, could you do one more roll? We're just about done. Control. No, it's not control. It's reason, con. This is gonna be difficulty. Let's see, for comp 2, because we're working with unstable space.
And spend that sounds like a perfect time to spend some determination.
And we're absolutely certain that no other species are within range to help. We couldn't, say, hire the Ferengi to transport refugees.
The Klingons are supposed to be helping.
Klingons are supposed to be helping, but they have like some local ships in the area, but they're combat ships. They have troop carriers, but they're not going to be here for a couple months.
Can I use the trait former syndicate member to think of paths that might not have been looked at by Starfleet at all?
I will accept that. A syndicate member or might take trails else that Starfleet wouldn't consider.
Maybe there's a stable wormhole out there somewhere.
Shh.
Can we create one?
Yes, that trait will apply. Would you apply it to comp or difficulty?
Let's apply it to difficulty.
Right.
I'll use determination, the cover get ahead.
Absolutely.
And just take the dice. And go ahead and take take 2 threats. I'll go up to 3 dice.
Right. 3 dice total.
That's the shit.
That's fitness medicine. That's the wrong roll. I think it's the same results either way, though.
I can check. Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, because the reason's kind of low.
2, 3, 4, 5. Yep. We're almost done. I'm starting to forget how to math. Gain 2 momentum. And yes, you have a more efficient route. You can you shave off 1 day for every 2 momentum or 2 threat. You can shave off. Actually, be 3. Yeah, for 3 resources, you can shave off another day.
So reduce it to 8 days.
Yep. For 3, you can reduce it to 8. For 6, you can reduce it to 7. I mean, if you want to give me a 15 threat, you can reduce that. No.
But we're at the end of the session, so I'd say we at least reduce it by one extra day.
This is a weird call, just because like I kind of got dragged into the scene here. I have the talent Well Informed, which lets me give you a threat to ask 2 questions about the situation or location, as if I had gotten the Obtain Information spend.
I could play that. What questions would you like to ask?
That is a good question. Are there other like neutral territory, like neutral spacefaring things that aren't the Ferengi, or that we might be able to call upon here to help with evacuation?
No major races, but there might be a minor, like, one world old species that might be able to help between here and there.
Okay.
But this would be like a small polity.
All right. Second question. Do I happen to know the location of, like, I guess the best way to put it is a, like, spacefaring chop shop that we may be able to acquire more ships from, either through force or payment, that, you know, wouldn't normally sell to Starfleet, obviously, but if the problem is more ships, maybe.
Space chop shop, that could be interesting.
I'm trying to keep in mind that it has to be something that's like
criminally related. Yeah.
Not necessarily criminally related, but just like something that's rumors and not weird science information that she wouldn't.
There is a rumor of a chop shop. It is a whole sector away. Is kind of where people are pointing to. They don't have an exact location, but there's enough rumors floating around that you think there might be something interesting. 1 sector core word of here.
That might be able to get us at least a few more ships on our side if we're willing to take the detour. But yeah, I will spend 3. I guess I'll spend the 2 momentum and then the threat to at least reduce by a day.
All right. So round trip is now down to 8 days.
Oh, congratulations. You've just saved thousands of lives.
Hopefully more. I might have a source for some more ships if
Wait, do you know a guy?
Jinx.
know is a strong word. I know where some ships are taken to be like cut up or like resold that maybe were not so legally acquired.
So you're saying we wouldn't feel bad if we stole them?
Sold them, bought them, whatever. Getting them can give us some more ships to work with.
The planet that we're targeting for evacuation, do they have any native shipyards?
It is a virgin in world. There's no sentient space, sapient races there.
No. I mean the people that we're evacuating. They're place where they are right now.
They have just they're like a couple decades into warp flights. All of the warp capable ships they have are currently in orbit of DS-17. That was everything they had available.
Well, perhaps a party of engineers could be dispatched to their planet to assist in more quickly building evacuation ships.
And upgrading the warp drives on the ships they have.
That too.
That could totally be a possibility. Yeah, you're looking at months of work to organize it.
Well, we have months.
You have 6 of them,
Six.
To get a engineer, to get a dedicated engineering shipwright crew over to on Earth to kind of take over their air station, take over the shipyards, train them on new shipyard techniques, and getting their equipment up to Starfleet standards, and start cranking out evac ships. They could probably get out here in 3 months and start turning out ships, but it's 3 months before a new ship starts rolling out of the assembly line. But that's something we can look into.
Mm-hmm. Would increase the number of people we saved.
Possibly.
Yeah.
Does the planet even have that long?
Current projections is 6 months.
6 months.
So yes.
Okay, what if we take a giant asteroid, hollow it out, stuff all the anathrons in it, and then use the evac ships to tractor it out of there?
Starfleet engineers could totally do that.
That's not a bad idea.
One, if you're just doing the asteroid, how would they survive? 2,
Terraform.
where would you get it? And find one big enough for all of them.
There are plenty of asteroids.
Yeah, and every solar system's got some, right?
All right. So we have a couple leads. So we have a couple leads. It's on a chop shop shipyard. There's a neutral race, the Yillians, who are warp capable and kind of far enough away that they're not involved in this, but they're neutral on either side. You might be able to do a diplomatic thing to bring them in. And there's the possibility of bringing Starfleet engineering and crew to go in here and pull some miracles.
Yeah.
But with that,
I think combining my plan with the asteroid plan might be very fruitful. If the team of Starfleet engineers combined with local resources concentrated on building a single evacuation arc, that is then towed at warp speeds, we could evacuate potentially millions of people at a time.
Potentially.
If we were going for that, then reclaimed resources from stolen stuff would be useful as well. We just need to think about how we want to use these leads.
Yeah, Ivanovich, you can't, once you're in the system, you can definitely pursue something like that. But as far as like a dedicated Starfleet engineering team, they're not going to be here for 3 months. You are way out in the middle of nowhere. But you can put the lead on this if you're Captain Bruce.
Mhm. Yes, I would like to pursue that. And just a group of people from a group of engineers from our own ship could at least get the process started on the Anirian's homeworld.
And Sorrel's going to get to work with the long-range sensors to see if he can detect any pattern in the eddies, and thus maybe reduce our time further by picking more efficient paths through the expanse.
Yep. Those sounds like things you can do en route, but with the math crunched, plenty of ideas, some crazier than others thrown at the wall, and a couple of interesting leads. You were given the order. It's time to ship out. So with that, the Gungnir leads the evac fleet out of DS-17. Any last minute words before we warp out?
Well, I would say, GM, and this is something you may have to collaborate with Prax on. Garibaldi wants to look at the Arethians' records, hacking them if he has to see if, because when they discovered this happened, were there signs that they missed that they could have discovered what was happening earlier?
Possibly. Yeah, I'm gonna have to collab with Prax about that.
Because Garibaldi is considering something highly illegal.
Shocking. Oh no. Shocking.
Yeah, I know.
All right. Captain Ross, all ships are in position.
Take us out.
Commander Vogel, do you have any last minute words as this is fleet requests permission to disembark?
Not really.
Other than you're clear to proceed.
Oh no, Garibaldi's floating in space.
No. There's 2 Garibaldis. That's terrifying. And with that, the last ditch effort of saving the Arethians somehow becomes not the last ditch effort, as Starfleet 8 officers do what they do best and come up with 1,000 different theories. Some leads better than in others, but with the guarantee to save hundreds of thousands, you go to Earth to try to save millions. And with that, we will end tonight's episode. Thank you everyone and for coming tonight. That was long. But crossovers tend to do that. Be sure to catch us next week. DS-17 will be playing on their own channel. Gungnir will be playing on our channel. Thursdays at 7 p.m. here on Twitch. Music provided by Kevin Macload. You can check out his royalty-free music at incontent.com. As always, we are forever grateful to Mildifius for giving us the tall ship, and to Gene Roddenberry for giving the stars to guide us. Until next time, fly true, stay safe, and take us out.